I saw it. Hold on. I'm good. I caught it. I caught it. No, I got it. Before it even sent the message. No, we're good. Yes. What a great start. I saw the thing. I'm glad I caught it beforehand. We're all good. As I was saying. Roll call on YouTube's complete. Let me go ahead and get Twitch is shy decided thing, shall I? Oh boy. You know, one of these days, the beginning's going to go perfectly, and when that happens, it'll be a great day. Oh boy. On Twitch's side of things, we have Goopy Copa, we have Blood Cruznik, we also have on here Cat Sat on keyboard, as well as, oh, hold on, Cat, is it Kate? Possibly? Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong. We also have on here Napa, Chapel, Check, and Eska. Hello, and welcome in, all of you. What a good start into a Sunday, sets the mood for a cozy stream. I don't know if I would describe that as cozy. Oh boy. And you have music, and then there we go, and then Goose is almost in sync. One of these days I want to sync up the animation to the music, but that's gonna take a little bit longer than I first had thought. It's a little bit tricky. And let's see here. Howdy, and welcome in. And when everything goes perfect, that's when you gotta really worry. You know, fair enough. If it's flaws can add a little bit of character. They're great for character building. The issue is just when they become the only character. It's like those characters that are super duper clumsy and they're only known for being clumsy and they don't have anything beyond being clumsy. Like there's a character from Danganronpa who's just clumsy as their entire personality. You don't know much beyond that. It's like a nurse character. And Def Cozy started with giggles and a problem fix. Sounds like a positive to me. And you know what? I'll take it. That I do appreciate it. I have here cold water, regular water, tea already. I am well and ready to be hydrated to the maximum potential. Hold on. Let me also get some water while we're talking about hydration. Hydration now has been achieved. How a lovely thing to be set. Timer, I think I like 4 minutes, or was it 4 minutes or 3 minutes? Let me double check there. I think 3 minutes is a good warm up for just beginning things as people are rolling in. I do enjoy these beginning sections of the stream. It gives us a chance just in case some technical difficulties or some other things that scuffed happens. It's always the pre before anything starts, and a good thing that you specified regular water. It could have been heavy water, or no, it's thick water, right? It could have been thick water, and completely zero negativity in these streams. Exactly. We're all the blood type here is B positive. Hi, Agape. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. That timer is up, so why don't we go ahead and get started? Let me go ahead and click on you here, and then if we go ahead and do that one there, we can go ahead and transition. Lovely, and hi, Nima. Hello, welcome in. Ignore that thing up there. I think I'm just going to remove it. Hold on. It was never there. You never saw it in heavy water. Tritranium or however it's called. I don't remember. I just know the heavy water. I see. I thought you were talking about thick and going nuclear. I would never explode. Never, not ever. Today should be fun though. I can say with quite big confidence that we will not be continuing from where we last left off yesterday. I did get some work done off stream that I can show you, so we won't be exactly starting where we stopped. We're a little bit more ahead. I didn't do too much, but I did get the problem that we ended off of stream. I did figure that out, so we're on to new problems, which is always great to hear. And all negative people must be sacrificed to the eldritch. Hold on now, no sacrifices. We've talked about this before. That said, we'll do the pitch, we'll then go over the recap, I'll show you what we've been working on, what we worked on yesterday, and then what I also was able to do since yesterday to today, and then we'll continue working on the tutorial. If that sounds all good and nice and dandy to you. Oh, hold on, is the music doubling? Hold your horses, I caught that too, but I don't know if it was doubling on your end. Okay, with all that said and done, you all just get nice and comfy, staying in that's kind of just what game dev is, huh? Creating problems and solving problems. It's a lot of fun. And the pun's pretty dry, but after these many streams, that's to be expected. Bad. Very bad. He's there, right there. well, what do we have here? You know, we keep coming here, and I don't know how. If I had to describe it, I just think we get teleported to this place every once in a while, and you know, it's fine. It's not like anyone ever is in danger in this place. And in fact, you are right now waiting for your business meeting. You've already pressed the elevator. The elevator is set to arrive very shortly. If I had to guess, I'd say about maybe a minute or so before it arrives, and you really don't have anywhere else to go except the lobby. It's not like there's any stairs or doors or windows or really anything. It's just you, the elevator, these plastic plants, which are also non-edible, so like you could eat them either. This lovely poster on the wall here of Bobby, and also me too, because you know, you're trapped in here, but I am just as much trapped in here as you are. The only difference is I take a moment of opportunity when it arises. For example, it arises and it arises, and then I arise. Alright. And can I eat the poster? The poster is non-edible. It is glued to the wall. The glue is also non-edible. It's safe from swallowing. There's nothing that can harm you here. And not the elevator. It all started so nice and cozy. Now it's a feeling of unease and business. Business can be cozy, very, very cozy. And we can never leave this place. You leave it, you come and go. It's just you don't get to choose. That's the unfortunate thing of teleporting. It never left. That's the spirit. Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where I attempt to pitch my game to you at a short amount of time. It's a way for everyone to get caught up to date if they haven't been here before about what my game's about. If you've been here in a good hot second or two, it gets everyone on an even playing field, as well as me, gives me a better chance to try to get better at explaining my game, so I can have a good solid pitch in good 45 seconds. And I'm sure by now you're wondering, Eris, what is that wonderful game, certainly, that you're going to pitch us and that we're going to agree to get at some point in time in the near distant future? I'm glad you asked. That game is no other than the damn Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game I've been making for almost 2 years now. The second game I ever made. This will be the first ever game that will release on Steam. So I'm learning a lot, I can say that. I thought I'd be able to get it done in 6 months, and then I realized, no. So now we're here. And I'm happy to be here. It's always fun to be here. And don't tell me what I can't eat. That would imply you'd be able to get it off of the wall. You can't take it off the wall. It's stuck there. And hi, Cat Sound Keyboard. Hi, I hope everyone's having a very pleasant... Hold on now. You're not getting kidnapped. Kidnapping does not happen here. It's just that you're teleported to a place that you can't leave for a certain amount of time. That's not kidnapping. I don't know what you would call it, but certainly not. And all glue is non-edible. I've seen some glue out there that's edible. Just like it's like what's it called? A gimmick. I've seen a gimmick, and that timer up there, when it reaches 45 seconds, we will begin. And business can be cozy in a certain amount of time. Exactly, a certain amount of time. If I had to guess, you know, not even guess, I'm making an educated guess here, since it's always been the case, a little bit after 45 seconds that it seems to arrive. Speaking of, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, rhythm typing cafe game where we play as Gabriella, Necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. You don't want to become a necromancer. You want to become a baker, a chef. So you decide to open up a hidden cafe in a part of the school where you serve your fellow wizard customers, your fellow wizard students. The idea is not only is it a cafe sim, but it's a rhythm typing game, and that comes into play in the fact that in this world, magic is done via spellcasting, poetry. So in order to serve your customers food, you have to summon the food, and you do that by typing out poems to the beat. Different wizards have different aspects, and as you go along in the game, you'll unlock new different flavors, new different parts of the song, new different music, new different instruments, and hopefully by the end you can show everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You'll be able to invite cryomancers, pyromancers, necromancers, all wizards will come from near and far and around and beautiful. I was so close. My mind was trying to mix beyond, above, and before. That before. So close. I will confidently give that one like an 8.5. The beginning, middle, the end, almost. And is it just me or she's speaking even faster? Will the beat start soon? I'm here to lay down some sick beats, yo. And hello, corporate ears. Hi, Voltic Ace. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And business indeedy. Stocks, bonds, golden parachutes, and business and numbers go up. And let's see, we're unwilling, we're positioned. You're very willing. What do you mean you're here, aren't you? And, it's called a temporary hostage. Hostage is still such a harsh word, though. And certain amount of time. What about honey, though? Oh boy, the tongue-tied meter got to. It did at the very, very end. And how do you breathe? That's a good question. I would like to know the answer to that too. And did you run out of air or did your giggle become your stumble? I don't know. At the very end, 3 words just combined together. But that said though, if for whatever reason that lovely, great, not at all scuffed pitch didn't sell you, that's okay. That's all right. Why don't I go ahead and get off this business suit so we can talk person to person here, person to person, and also person to person to octopus here. Here's Bobby. And with that said, let me go ahead and show you the current prototype of the game that's up on itch at this very moment in time. If I click on you here, let's see. I click on you, yes, okay. Now, buttons, you go there, and then I click on this button, and then I move this button up here. I then move this button over here, yes, and then I click that button, I click this button, few more buttons I have to click. Once that button clicks, I then have to click that button, and then I have to do that button, and then that button. Hold on, there we go. Okay, I think all the buttons have been pressed properly, which just leaves one more button and a bit of a stroke at the end. Nearly, and congratulations on your 15 stream streak, Nima. Congratulations. Let me go ahead here and do exclamation NECROTYPE, NECTYPE. There we are. And she didn't stumble. The English vocabulary just gonna contain her thoughts. Exactly. I tried to say 3 words at once. That was the issue there. And hi, Eris. Elevator. Nope. I know what happens in this segment. Weird. If you click that link, you'll be brought to the itch page, which is this guy right here. If I scroll down, this lovely itch page is super duper teeny tiny on screen at the moment. And as I go along through the tutorial, keep note, because this is what we've currently been modifying, what we've been currently trying to rework these last few weeks. If I click on calibration here, let's go ahead and start the calibration, shall we? And I did read that as well. Lovely. Did you run it? I did read that as well. Good. If I click on start here, let's go ahead and see about rework. If I click on start here, let's start the calibration, shall we? Wait, hit, wait, hit, wait, hit, wait, hit, wait, hit. This stream is sponsored by Necrotype Cafe. Hit, wait, hit, wait, hit, wait. This feels like, I was about to start complaining. This feels like it's taking a long time, and that is one of the improvements we added, so that you can see how much longer you have for calibration to complete, since it's not clear at all, and I too get very confused. Once we have our calibration done, let's go ahead and give it a test run. Now, there is a known bug on this build. If you catch it, you'll be able to find it. And something will feel a little off. I also think it would be fun to have like a version number in like the top corner, the bottom corner. I forget where I've seen it from the games, but I always like it when it says like build pre-alpha 0.72. I think it's neat. It feels all cool and business. And do I need to bob my head during the calibration? Not a requirement, but can definitely help with calibration. If we click on levels here and click on tutorial, let me bring you into the tutorial of the game. What you'll see here is that we have Gabriella, and if we move around with the arrow keys, you see that there is this I was about to say skeleton. This customer here who's made out of wood, a wooden construct. If they go ahead and find their place to sit in the cafe, they'll move around, find a spot, and then sit down and then read over their menu to see what they want to order. And once they finish reading, they'll wave their little arm around to say, hey, I have a thing I want you to order, or I have a thing I want to order. And I want you to pick up that order. And once we take the order, if I hold down space, what you'll see is a little menu pop up. This is our menu, our book menu. And what you'll see is a few things going on here. There's a purple, there's a pink, and hold on my throat, give me 1 sec. There's a purple, there's a pink, and there's this kind of object. The idea behind the game is that each wizard is represented by a few things, and you'll mix 2 different representations of this to create different dishes. For example here, our necromancers are represented by purple, and they're represented by the bitter flavor. And flavor and the The bitter flavor does a special effect for spells that you cast as well, for example, as sweet. Sweet is the representation flavor for our healer wizards, our Medimancers, and as you go along in the game, more wizards will come in. For example, Pyromancers, your fire wizards, they'll be either represented by the color of yellow or orange, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. So as you go along in the game, different things will add to different aspects, which I'm hoping will be a fun thing to do. If we go here behind the desk, you'll see we need 2 flavors in a product. So if we go ahead and grab a flavor here, we grab a sweet, we grab a bitter, and we also grab a cake here. Let's go ahead and try spellcasting and see how well I can do at my game. Either A, I fail, B, the game breaks, or C, all of the above. Let's see how it works. If I hold down Q here, what you'll notice is that here was where the letters you type in press. If you see this guy here, when this guy fills up, the spell has been completed, you did a good job. But if this guy fills up, you fail. Your tongue has been tied and you cannot complete the spell. All right, let's see. If I click on this, let's see, A-N-D space W-H-A T, oh, that was way too early, space I-S space G-O-O-D space, yep, A, okay, let's see, N-D space T-H, I think the calibration for this one, E space M-O-M, oh, hold on, E space N, E-V-E, R space B-A-N, D-E-R-S-N-A-T, yeah. I think it would be nice to have some sort of manual calibration, C-H, because I believe yesterday I got I got a different latency, and that felt a lot nicer than this latency that I got. So I'll have to check yesterday's stream to see which one I got, and I think it would be a good idea to have a spot in calibration where you can just manually change it. I've seen them done for some rhythm games, not all of them, but for people that know what they're doing or that remember their previous calibration, I'm skill issue, hold on now. I will have you know, I got an 88% yesterday. I was doing good. And when is the good of the moment never Bandersnatch? Everything you see here is mostly in the prototype stage. Most of them are placeholders, and one example is definitely the spells. The spells are right now just random words together that I found off of poems and not copyright free. What's the common copyright of poems? Once the customer has finished eating their food, they'll wipe them out, and then we can send them on their merry way by doing that button. And that is the tutorial in a nutshell. There's a lot of other things that go on in this game. For example, later on you'll have to interact with ghosts, and ghosts will work like customers, but ghosts will have special effects that they do on the customers to scare them and spook them, so you'll have to shoo the ghost away by serving them. But for now, what's super duper important is the tutorial we just went through and the menus you just looked at. Let me show you the current build I have on Godot. If I click on escape here, we go ahead and mute the music here. If I then bring you into, hold on, mute that guy, then bring you into our this screen here, good to go. If I then click on play here, and ma'am, although that's a nice poem, I asked for a muffin half an hour ago. You don't say. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on that guy there, and then that one there. There we are. Well, the thing is, I definitely want to add muffins. It'll be all fancy food, so they'll have like finger sandwiches. But something I do want to do is that I want the different foods to be themed around either necromancy themes. So when you say finger sandwiches, I do want it to be like a finger, at least a sandwich that looks like a finger, not actually a finger, but just themed around things that are different plays on words. I think could be fun. So club sandwiches could be like maybe not a barbarian, but maybe there's like a magical wizard barbarian we could do, and then it's actually a club. I think that would be fun. And looks around at an empty cafe. We got traffic. You just can't see the ghost, that's all. If I click on levels here, let me go ahead and show you how the game currently looks. And let me up the music. Is the music too quiet? Let me do this here. Hopefully that makes it a little bit louder. I came by to say hi. No worries at all, Jaxus. I need to go out and touch grass. BRB in a few hours. No worries at all. I hope you have a lovely time touching grass and that it is an improvement and not a diminish of something like pollen or something. So I hope you have a lovely time, and thanks for stopping by and saying hi as well. And welcome in, and goodbye as well. Let's see here. If I click into tutorial, you'll notice right away, oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and click on, let's not do that. Let's do this guy first before I show you the updated tutorial. And bring me a couple of blades, pretty please. Oh boy, if I click on that guy, here we are. You'll notice right away that the cafe looks a lot different than the current build that is up on it. For now, or for example, you'll see that now there are 4 desks instead of a total of 6. This has been lowered down since I don't think at any point will you ever have a total of, let's see, 2 times 6, 12. There'll be a total of 12 customers in your area. If this place fills up, I don't think you would. So we've made it a max of 12 people to a maximum of 8. I think that lowers down the scope, makes it a lot smaller, I think a lot more manageable. There's also flowers on here to represent which table is which table to hopefully allow you not to get as confused as the other menu. And the biggest update, the biggest thing that's happened is the book. You can see it now actually looks like a book, and there's different parts and different icons for different tables to hopefully also add a bit of helpful look at what is what. And if we hold down space, you'll also see here, for example, what I was talking about with the foods is that we'll have different foods, different names, and they'll have little animations going on, and this is like a glossary, you could call it, of all the things you'll be able to unlock in the game, which is one of my favorite things about it. I've wanted this from the very beginning, so to know that I now have the skills to actually make a UI like this, it's lovely. And there were like 10 desks in the earlier version. Oh yeah, we've slowly lowered down the numbers. I think at one point the cafe had a total capacity of, I think, 16. And now we're down to 8. So it's definitely gotten smaller. I could certainly say that much. And if I hold down space, what you'll also see is that here, where I was talking before about the attributes, for example, Necromancers have a lot of patience, as opposed to Many-Mancers, which are really fast and have lower patience. So we hope is that the different wizards will have different types, and when you see a Necromancer, for example, at the door waiting for their order to get taken, you think, ah, I can leave them at the door a little bit longer because I know Necromancers are more patient, or something like that. That's the hope behind adding stats and strategies. And you'll also see that there are combinations of different foods for the different flavors. For example, here we have sweet, and then for our Necromancers, if I select over here, you can see bitter. That's the hope of combining everything. And what happens to a customer who's allergic to flowers come in and hi, how are you? Well, the good news is that that doesn't happen here. The funny, well, not funny thing, I say funny. No one's allergic to any of the flowers. We will, in the final game, have like a herbologist or herbalmancer, I believe it is, so a plant wizard. Maybe they have the magic to make it so that you're immune to the plant's pollen. But the thing is, all of these flowers here are part of, I believe, the nightshade or the poisonous flowers to add to the theme of it being necromancy, since it's the idea of death. But what a cool looking death. And with that said, and it's a magical world, so it's probably spells. Yeah, magical world. I could definitely say it. Not only do we have the orders, we have that guy here for the customers, and we also have this guy here for the food. Now, let me go ahead and show you the current tutorial and what we'll be modifying today. So if I just very quickly go into here, into our tutorial, and hi, who? Sola, is that better? Welcome in the stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And hi, Eris! welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back as well. If I click on our tutorial level here, I go ahead and just hide that guy here for a quick little second, and let's see, if I click on you here, how it works out. So, from the tutorial you saw earlier, now you start in the cafe or the kitchen area. The idea is that instead of showing you the cafe part of the game and then the rhythm typing, we'll show you the rhythm typing first and then the cafe portion, since I think rhythm typing is the hardest part to get down. So I want to make sure the player knows that going first. So you start off in here, you can't leave, you're locked behind here, you have to follow the skull. You'll have arrows that pop up above you that say, hey, use these buttons to move around, and you use Godot, and Didi and Didi. It's the only engine I've ever known, but it's also the one I've been enjoying a lot, and that's amazing. Well, thank you, how sweet to hear. I can 100% recommend Godot. I would at some point like to try out under other engines, but for the moment, Godot's the one I've chosen since I don't have a lot of experience in anything. If we go behind the desk, what you'll see is it says hold Q, and if we hold down Q, what you'll notice is the tutorial is working, or the calibration part's working. I also replaced the skulls, and now anytime you do the calibration, the meter fills up, so no longer do we have to guess when the calibration's over. Not only that, but the guy up there, so no more fail meter, as well as no more text at the top to show you that you space, and if you miss enough, the game will also restart. The issue we're running into, well, not an issue, I also fixed this so that no longer is there a bug that crashes. Never mind, there's a bug that crashes. So I take back everything I just said for the last 5 seconds. Here I thought I fixed it. It seems to happen every so often. And yippee, nice progress. And your energy's so infectious, never change. Eris, well, thank you. I hope to never do so. As long as I can keep doing things I enjoy, I'm sure the energy will stay up. As to think of, I like making things and then seeing them play out. I'm just wondering why I get a crash sometimes and I don't get a crash other times. I thought I fixed it, and I fixed it under certain circumstances, it seems like. As that time I didn't crash, but then the other time I crashed. So what's the difference between the non-crash and the crash? I don't know. So we'll see if we can figure that out. As once we finish the tutorial, we move on to the next step of once we finish the calibration, we move on to the next step of the tutorial. So we need to figure out why. It seems to be the case that if you complete this guy here, works fine. And then if I go ahead and restart this guy here, maybe it's a case, and I don't know why it would be, but I'm thinking it deletes itself if you restart it. So for example here, if I miss a few, so I score that one, I miss 3, let it restart, I think that gives us the crash. And if it gives us the crash, that gives us a little bit of reliable information. So we missed those guys here. I'll fill it up again here. Yeah, okay, I think I understand it a little bit. When the game restarts, when you miss enough, I think that's the reason why we're getting the crash. So let me go ahead and click on play here. And we'll do a little bit more testing. Let me go ahead and bring on our task screen here so that we can see everything that's going on and that should be going on. There we are, that goes there, that goes there. And now we need to figure out, or we need to add the calibration results screen. That's what really needs to happen. So let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy here, and add calibration end screen. There we are. And if I go ahead and do squiggly line here, task there, and then I hit that there, that should add it to the screen there for a thing on our to-do list. And with that said, let me get some water here, and then we'll truly get into things. You know, you never realize how much you like cold water until it's that one point that, yes, indeed, this cold water is the best thing since sliced bread. Well, let's go ahead and save this guy here, have that guy there, and with all of that said and done, let me go ahead and close you. So, I'm thinking the reason why it's crashing is because the game restarts, and now we just need to figure out a way to stop it from restarting, or at least stop it from clearing everything when it restarts. So if we go back into our calibration, for example, here, if we go into our spell casting here, hold on, we need to go to our spell casting screen and go to the minigame. And in our minigame, if I go up to, we're going up to where it resets, and I believe it resets somewhere here during process. Yeah, here we are. This is the part I think is the issue. This is where we reset if the calibration ends. So I'm thinking that somewhere here is where it decides, yeah, I'm gonna crash. So something in there, I think it's that function. And water as a beverage is the best, always. Peak hydration tool, I do agree. Where would we be without it? And then you love cold water until you get a sore throat. Oof. The good news is, well, anytime it's a sore throat, it's always tea. And hydration, sure can do, sure can
just
do.
redeemed
Let me get some more
hydrate.
cold water, change things up a little bit. Thank you for that one. Usually I have tea or coffee. I've already had my coffee for today, so I have a little bit of tea, but I'm not ready for tea yet. Tea is nice and warm. This water's nice and cool and cold. It's delicious. Now, if we go here, I'm looking for something along the lines of utility, current game type, game state here. If is in menu, yeah, this guy here. It's something to do with this guy, I think, that's making it so that our mini game doesn't like us at the moment. So what I'm thinking is calibration, we have complete calibration. If this is menu, which is not true, so our current map, our current spell, all of these guys here, and our start spellcasting minigame, where are we grabbing the current game state in this guy? Because this guy here is why we're crashing. We're deleting it somewhere, and that's the reason why it's not too happy with us. We use this in 3 places. We use it in input, we use it in input, and we use it here. Interesting. In input here, in current game state, yes, you there. So, I wonder, interesting. Okay, hold on. I do have a test I'd like to do. If we type in here our tutorial here, tutorial, I want to enable the UI again. I want to see if this guy at all changes during the test. So if I click on play here, and well, props for limiting your coffee intake. I have 2 cups a day, 1 cup in the morning, 1 cup in the afternoon. The thing is, I only drink it for the feel. So if I drink it too much, then it loses the what's the word I'm looking for? It loses the appeal. I can't have coffee around the clock. That doesn't work out. You gotta what is it called? You gotta balance it with lemonade and also tea and also coffee. So you end up having a two of each. Let me click here, let me click here. What we're trying to pay attention to, if I click on you here, is my game works off of game state. So kind of like a state machine that you would see for characters. If I click on you here, click on you here, click on you here, there we are. It should load, yeah. So the game world itself runs on a state machine. Right now we are currently in the cafe state, and we need to go into the spell casting state. And every state has a pause menu, which is this guy here. So if I want to have a different pause menu, I can do a different one here, but it's always going to be option. So when I enter the game, I'm expecting the current game state and the exit game state to swap since they're each other. You should just be able to enter one and exit out of the other and swap back and forth. So if I hold down Q, you should see them swap. Yes, now we're in spellcasting and we have cafe there. And when I go from here to here, if I just enter all of them in, we are fine. And it goes back to cafe and spellcasting. So, and actually, just to make things easier as well on our side of things, let me make this guy easier to see. So if I just very quickly grab this color here and we change it to, change it to, let's see. If I grab you here, let's change it to like a darker color, or we could just also make it harder to see. But I do like the darker color, so we'll do like that color there. I like that one. Yeah, that one there. There we go. That should be way easier to see. With that said, let's restart this guy, and now I'm going to let the game reset, or I'm going to let the calibration reset because we missed it. And let's see if it, oh, hold on, it didn't redo the thing. So if I close you, click on play. Now we're going to update so I can see the screen a little bit nicer. Let's see. If I click on you here, yes, lovely. It's a lot easier to see now. So if I hold on Q, what I'm expecting, or what I'm not sure about, is that if we miss this guy, so miss the rest of these and it restarts, what happens to our game state? Does it swap back and forth, or does it stay the same? Does it get deleted? That's what I'm not sure about. Look at that, it does get deleted. So somewhere along the line, it deletes itself, and now because they're set to null, we get a crash when we finish the game. Yeah, okay. So we need to figure out where it's getting deleted, where it's getting reset at. That's the key to this guy. So let's see. If I go back to our screen here, no, not debug. We don't need the debug screen anymore. I can close you. I can also close you here. I can also close you here. You're no longer needed. Calibration bar can also be closed, as well as the screen here. I think you're good to be closed. You're fine there where you are. Scorekeeper, don't need you as well. Don't need their testing screen. Don't need, oh, we probably need this screen. Okay, so when we stop our calibration, let me try as well, seeing if it is that part in the function that I think it is, where it checks for that reset and then does it again. So if we go into our process guy, I think we're entering this guy here, and this guy is the key to why we're having problems. So let's play it again. Let's miss a few guys here and then see if it does the thing. So I'll go ahead and mute this guy since we don't need the music anymore. We'll go back up to here. I'll go ahead and also enable this guy so you can see the differences a lot easier on screen. Hold down Q, we'll hit the first one, miss the next three, and then see what happens when it restarts if we go into that redo. So we missed that one, and you have to miss a total of 3 before it decides to restart since you've missed so many. So let's see, this is the third one, and we do go into here. Okay, well then, let's follow the breadcrumb trail, shall we? If I click on you here and we go into step into, what do we have? We have clearing the samples, that makes sense. We have the current map changing to the calibration map, also makes sense. We change the current spell to the calibration spell. Okay. And I'm wondering, is there a way to pin the current utility? If I grab you here, utility, I see globals here. Okay, what I'm looking for specifically is for the current level, current spell. Nope, we're looking for the current game state. So game state, here we are. Game state's right here. This guy right here is our game state. If I close on you, do you let me see inside of you? Members game ended, pause screen enabled. I see, you don't really let me see the game. Oh, never mind, you do let me see the game state. Hold your horses here. Game state. Yeah, you do have a game state. Okay, now let's keep going inward. So from our game state here, we step into it. We set the current calibration. Game state's still good to go, right? Just double checking here. Should be good to go. Yes, indeedy. Okay, well then, once we in menu, I see current game state equals calibration game state. Ooh, I see. I think it's this guy that's breaking everything. Because if we go past you here, we grab our game state again. Do we have our current game state? Exit game state's now empty. And hi, Lazy Love. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. My horses are being held, but they're really heavy. Please hurry. welcome into stream. And you can go ahead and let them roam free now. Oh boy. Let's see. So this is in menu. I had this guy just because I thought it was a good idea to do so. But now that I'm looking at this, I'm thinking probably not the best. We have calibration game state here and all these guys here. I'm curious to see if anything breaks if we change the game state here. So if we just, if we do you here, there we go, like that. And then we go ahead and make sure, let's see. Spellcasting screen, this is our spellcasting mini game. You are there and there. Yeah, you're in menu. So what I'd like to do is I'm wondering, where do we set the game state to calibrating at? I'm not sure, but just as a quick check, I want to see if hiding that guy, if it fixes it. Thank you. Oh boy. Oh my. If we click on escape here, we are currently in the calibration game state. If we click on start here, we're also in calibration, so this guy should slowly start playing along. We are still in the calibration game state here. We can also restart it. So restarting, it should fill itself out and it should go there. I can also click on the spam button here to close this keys out of range. Hold on, click, and then click here, deleting key. Interesting. Now we're no longer, I broke it. Which is interesting, okay. And then, curiously, if I go ahead and click on you now, hold on, we're not in the right one, we should be in the minigame. If I undo this guy here and do Control K, and then do you here, do you now work? When I restart, it shouldn't stay at there should be some green appearing eventually. So now if I click on start, green should appear in the circle, and it does. Interesting. So we have a mystery variable turning things on and off in the background, which is never really good to see. If we go over here, enter calibration, is in menu, bool is set to true. I see, hold on. Enter calibration, I think I get the idea of it. What we'll need to do is we need to see if we're in the game's calibration. So instead of the is in menu here, what instead we're going to do is we're going to set it a little bit differently. I have another variable I've been using around the place. Instead of if is in menu, we're going to set it to if utility.calibration, and we're looking for complete calibration. If utility.complete calibration, then we set the end game state. I believe this should still work. It's either the complete or not. I definitely do need to rename it. That feels a little off, and I still don't know what to call it to make it an easier variable to know about. The idea is that if you're in calibration, this guy applies. That was the hope of this. You can see now that guy isn't working anymore. It's not going green when I click it. So now if we do if not, let's see. Do you work now? If I click on you there, click on play there. Let's see. If I click on play now, I'm expecting it to go green when I hit the button. And we get, let's see here, you there. Green is good to go. It's now working, it's now functioning. When I reset or when I click start, it also does it. And if we go back into the game mode here, we go back up here, I'm curious to see if it at all fixes it. So now, interesting. Huh, that is interesting. Okay, so I think in this case, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to remove this guy here or fix it or do something of the sorts. What is this calibration game state? Where do we use it at? We use it in two spots here. We set the calibration game state, spell casting equals casting new. Yeah, okay. And then we set the calibration game state. I see. Okay, I'm guessing it's if we're in the menu. I get it now, I think. If we're in the menu and we don't even have to do this guy here, we'll just set it in the spell casting screen, I think, instead. So I'm gonna remove you. And then we're gonna do that there. Where do we use enter calibration at? We use it here, we use it here, and we use it here. Utility.start calibration, go and find you here. Click on you here, click you here. Oh, Control Shift F, find everywhere. Where do we use you at? We have .connect, we have isn't true. Interesting, okay. So we do you here in the minigame, all of these guys here. We don't really ever change the guy, so I'm wondering why that was there to begin with. It could just be old code, which is a-okay. What I want to do is I want to go back up here to this guy, and I want to do an at export var. So an at export, E-X-P-O-R-T, export var, and set the is in menu bool, and set it to equal, I think, true. And then we'll go ahead and say that this guy represents if in CALIB, if in main menu, if in game menu versus in game. If in game menu versus in game. There we are. If in game menu versus in game. That's what that guy's saying. So if we're in the title screen menu versus the game itself, that's the difference I'm trying to depend on. And with that said, we have enter calibration into here, and I think we should be good to go. We have if is in menu. By default, it's set to true, I believe, so that in the game itself, yeah, by default, it's set to true. So then, let's just double check, seeing if this follows the idea. And, oh, hold on. I can also go ahead and remove, if I close this guy here, let's also see about removing that initial game state that I also had here, because I think we only use it one place, if I'm not mistaken. Where do we use it at? We also use you here. I see. Okay, hold on. Undo that guy there. Save that guy there. Okay, now click play. Let's see what happens. Are we able to now do it? Because it's by default set to true. So if I go in here and I click on start here, are we registering everything? We are indeed. Okay. So if that's the case, now what I would like to do is in our cafe, in our mini game, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab our spellcasting mini game. So let's see, spellcasting mini game about here, game screen spellcasting. We have spellcasting area, spellcasting desk. Where is our mini game at? Are you in the mini game screen itself? I think so, which is okie dokie and fine to see. In that case, let's modify it a little bit here. We have spellcasting mini game. We actually need to do spellcasting screen of some sorts. So we kind of need to have this guy go upwards more or do something else. And don't forget to add if bugs greater than 0, ignore bugs. That doesn't sound like a good strategy. That sounds like a terrible strategy. Oh boy, I would not want to do that, that's for sure. The thing is, I don't like bugs, but they're necessary for the game too. They're necessary, unfortunately. We have here our spellcasting minigame and our spellcasting screen. What I'd like to do is, this guy here has a spellcasting minigame, so I'd like it if we could set the bool here and then do it there. The issue is just, we really can't, or it's struggling a little bit. We need to have is in menu set here, so we can either copy and paste this guy or set the bool somewhere else. And I do like that idea a lot better. So let's go ahead and do that instead. I like that guy a lot better. So instead of this is in menu, we're gonna remove you here, and we're going to set it using the, what's it called? We're gonna set it using the, using the cafe, the utility. And just do bugs equals 0 on every frame, duh! And they're here to build character! What if I don't want to build character, huh? We'll go ahead and have utility as this guy here. And then up here where our bools are at, we have entity signals, we have current game state. Yes, indeedy. What I want to do is I want to have a bool for where we do if is in game menu. So if we are in the game, if we're in the menu, this is the bool true. If not, we set it to false. And then all we have to do here is that when we enter in, if I go ahead and go here to screen, so let's see, screen here, we have our spellcasting screen. We're looking for our home screen. I think that's what I call it. Yes, I call it our home screen. That's this guy here. Oh, hold on. That's this guy here. There we are. I completely forgot about this. I don't remember why they're here. These guys are here for some reason, apparently. The different foods and items. There's even a little customer here. Oh boy, they're just hidden off screen. Let me go ahead and grab our home screen here. Upon entering home screen, we go ahead and set this utility guy is in menu. So utility dot is in menu, and we set it equal to true. And then after that, we just go into our cafe here and set it to false. And I'm hoping that'll fix it since we enter and exit. So on this guy ready here, when we enter in you here, utility dot player equals player, we also set utility dot is in menu equal to false, like that guy there. And I think this will fix it. That way we don't have to worry about changing it everywhere else. This is just a thing of if your hold on. If it's in menu, hold on, utility, like that guy there. There you are. The hope is that, well, the thing is, the calibration when you're in the home screen works different than when you're in game. And the issue we're running into right now is that it's running on the idea that they're equal when they're not. So if I click on start here, are we still getting greens? We are indeed still getting greens. So we can complete the calibration. We can also reset the calibration, no problem. And it does it all on its own. Yes, indeedy. If we go back to our main menu now and we go back into here, let's see if it works now. Oh, hold on. I don't have the debug. If I do toggle, debug, message, debug function, debug screen, let's set that to true. That way I don't have to exit out of screen. And then let's go ahead and set this guy here. I'll go ahead and enable you here. Now we are in the calibration. Let's see. Interesting. Huh. Look at that. Because I set it to be that way, now it's not even running anymore. Interesting. And to motivate myself, I say I won't get more than 10 bugs in my code today. Oh, that's just setting yourself up for failure. I'm such an overachiever. I get over 100 a day. You know what? That's one way to think about it. If that does help you go a long way, who's to say that's a bad thing, technically speaking, isn't it? Let's see here. Enter calibration. Oh, I see. Start calibration false here. Is that why we're angry? Utility.start calibration. We have a calibration is in menu bool to false here. Remove that guy there. Let's see. If I click on you now, we just do this guy here. We unmute this guy. That way I can hear the music as well. And there'll be a little bit of doubling for the moment. Just for the moment. I'll go ahead and toggle on our debug screen visibility. That way I can see it. There we are. Okay. And then click on here and hold down Q. And try doing one push-up for each new bug you encounter. The good news is that it's on screen. It's visible now. If I go ahead and just mute this guy, try doing one push-up. That implies you can do a push-up to begin with. That's a task in itself. Let's go ahead and restart this guy here, back to here. Okay, so it seems to be the case that, hold on, toggle debug screen visibility. That should set it to true. And interesting. Cannot on call. Interesting. Huh. Hold on. I want to fix that cheat just so I don't forget. Let's go into cheats here. And hi, Chapel.
The
I said hello to you
white Chapel just redeemed hydrate.
Hydrate sure can do. Done and done. Thank you for that redeem. What I wanted to do was in our guy here for our toggle debug message info visibility. I wish there was a way to set it to null. Oh, I think there is. Hold on. If we do debug screen visibility, set that bool equal to null. Does that work? if we set it to null then, and I see, that's a shame. I was hoping that was the case. That way, if nothing's entered, we could just say, hey, if the bool is null, don't do anything. But it doesn't seem to be the case, which is unfortunate. Is that actually a thing, or am I making that up and that doesn't exist in any programming at all, that you can set a bool to equal to null by default? And hi again. Indeedy. Try doing one push-up and do that as well. Lovely. That's odd. I understand why though. I guess I do. I suppose I do. I was hoping we could set it to null, but it says, nah, can't do that. With that said, we'll go back to our tutorial here, and I just wanted to make sure we have the debug menu enabled so that I can see it. And now, fingers crossed, we fix that issue and it won't happen ever, never again. Oh boy, let's go back into tutorial here, enable this guy. And now if we go up here, again, we're just not hoping to see null, is the hope. So if I play the game normally and just, well, I say normally, but if I spam through everything, game works, game's fine. If we restart now and the game restarts itself, so if I miss a few and the game loops back over itself, are we still going to get null? That was my worry. So I hit 1, now we wait and see. So that's 1 miss, that's 2 miss, there should be 3 miss, and it should restart itself, or that's 3 misses, and I think we fixed it. I think it's fixed. Hold on, hold your horses now. Oh, let's see, click that. And we should hear the restarting sound as well. That's restarting. And then if I just go ahead and spam. Lovely, okay, I think we fixed it. Good news. Okay, let me click on you then. Let me go ahead and save this guy here so that it does not crash. Well, if it crashes, it won't be because of this current issue. We have a backup. I'm backing it up and pushing it. So let's see, save no crash at end. There we go, save no crash at end. What a wonderful commit message. Sync and push. And now, with that said, good news is that the bug that I thought I did last night, it's now removed, which means we can move on to today's hope, in that we want to have at the end of the calibration screen some sort of way, and you know what, I was saying it before, I think we'll do that now as well, but what I want to do is I want to add at the end of the screen, as you saw before, once the game finished, we immediately left out of the screen. I want the end screen to look like this when we finish it. So if I click on this, I want the calibration end menu to look like this and allow the, oh, hold on. I want it to look like that, where it says calibrated. It gives you results, and then it allows you to click on next to go back into the tutorial. So that's what I want to do. I either want to set it there to next, and then I want to add like a little meter that allows you to go up and down for the calibration. I think that would be a good idea. Now, I'm not sure what calibration would be breaking it, but that's okay. We can always figure that out a little bit later, allow the player to do a minimum value and then go from there. But yeah, okay. So right now, as it stands, when we finish a game, so if I go back in here, hold down Q, when we finish a song, it looks like this. So I just want to swap those two guys so that they're a little bit different. Oh, hold on, I forgot as well. We have to hide the visibility of that guy there. But I want to swap this screen with the calibration screen and then allow you to finalize it. I think that is our go-to. So let me put that up on the board. Along with add calibration enter screen, we need to add, well, that is what to do, isn't it? Let's go ahead and start off there. Let's start off with making sure that that circle guy doesn't appear when we have, or the completion bar. The completion bar doesn't appear when we're done. How I've done it is these guys both are, they're different. They're both completion bars, but one's for the actual game and one's for the calibration. That way I don't have to override it to do 2 different things. They're just 2 different bars that appear both. And then we have here a hide. So I want to do on continue button pressed, on enable, on disable. What I would like to do is on reset, I would like to hide both of these, and both of these should be hidden. But for some reason, when we finish our game, so let's see, on disable, enable, disable here, we have hide, we have reset, if no calibration, set no fail. Yep, set calibration fail, enable, disable. I want to know why this guy allows us to hide, or why our progress bar hides. So let's see. If we go back up here to our progress bar, what do we have? Where are we using you at? Progress bar is used here, set progress bar. We have that there. We have it hiding on reset, which makes sense. We have here it being set. We have here show game over screen. Ah, this is where we do it at. Lovely. Okay, so instead of a show game over screen, we're going to have it do a show calibration end screen. So function for show calibration, CALIBRATION, end underscore screen. Show calibration end screen there. We'll do then a void, and then we'll have this guy pass for now. And then wherever this guy gets used, so it gets used here, casting finished, this is where we can modify it a little bit. We'll check to see if we are currently calibrating, and if we're currently calibrating, then we know we should go to the different guy. I think that's how we'll do it. With that said, we have a show calibrations end screen. Let's go ahead and create that end screen. Shouldn't be too painful since we already have it. One thing we know for certain is that we need to hide our calibration bar. So I can go ahead here and do a calibration bar dot hide. That's for certain. And then we're also going to need a screen to do other things. And you can see game over screen here. We need a calibration results screen. So I'm going to go ahead and grab, how can we do this? Right now we have this panel container here, and you are that guy up there. We have a game over screen here. Let's go ahead and just duplicate you here. We have a mini game over, that's that guy there. You're your own instance. And then we have a completion spell bar. I see, okay. Well, we'll go ahead and we should just be able to delete you, I believe. That should be fine. And then if we go ahead and hide you for just a moment here, and we go ahead and hide these guys as well, that way we can see things a little bit clearer. We need to have a calibration over screen. So CALIBRATION, calibration results screen, RESULTS SCREEN, calibration results screen. And you know what? I think it would be a good idea as well to do this in both the spellcasting game as well as the, or not spellcasting game, but the calibration you do in the tutorial or in the main menu. So our calibration screen that we usually have, I want to update that too. So calibration screen that we have here, this guy here, let's update that guy. I do like that, and then we'll just grab whatever guy we make, so whatever scene we make here, we'll do that there. I think that's our best bet. So we'll grab this guy here. This will be our new guy, and we have our calibration bar here, calibration results. Nope, you're not that. You're just that guy there. What's this guy? I see. Okay, so we're gonna need to make a new UI, which shouldn't be too bad. It's gonna be a little wonky, but it should be fine. I'll go ahead and I will click on, let's see here, add calibration end screen. Let's see, making and calibration UI, making calibration UI, MAKINGCALIBRATION UI, making calibration UI. Go ahead and do a little squiggly line here for task. And then when we come back, we'll start on the UI there, and that shouldn't be too bad. So I'll click on you here. I'll go ahead and click on you here for run the break. And with that said, when we come back, we will continue and try to figure this out to the best of our abilities. And I can now go ahead and have some tea. So let's see here. I stir my tea up all nice and tasty. Let's see. Tasty. Lovely then. And since we have some time, let's go ahead and do some stretches, shall we? I'm excited though. I definitely do think if I start working on the game daily, things will go back to being smooth. Not as smooth as it has been sometimes, because if it's one thing I've learned, calibration itself it feels like an uphill battle when it comes to development with making a rhythm game. Oh boy, does it. Let's start off by going to the right here, slowly. If something breaks, you are to call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me. I should not be held liable for you to use your own transgression. Oh boy, we'll go to the right here a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and go to the left here a little bit slowly, very slowly. Something can break it. If it does, again, that's on you and not on me. Let's go back here a little bit. And then we'll also go front a little bit. And with that said, let's also do some neck stretches while we're waiting, shall we? Let's start off by going to the left here a little bit. And then we'll go to the right here a little bit. And then we'll go... Oh, oh no! As I said, don't do as I do as I say. My neck. That didn't sound good. And if you don't break anything, we can break it for you. Hold on now. That sounds like a threat. Welcome into stream, mommy! Welcome in! Oh boy! Right, where were we? Slowly as that slogan's going. Oh my, we can also turn here and hold it. That's another one too. And it wasn't even intentional, it just happened. Let's go to the left here, hold it for a second or two. And then we'll go down here, like so. And then we'll go ahead and go left here, hold it for a little bit, and then go down a little bit. And holding these. My favorites are always these, but my neck apparently. I don't know if I want to go in that direction again. And you can only turn your head 180 degrees now. That sounds like that doesn't sound healthy still. 180? Is it 180? I know what is it? Hold on. How much can owls turn? Owls. How many degrees can owls out? That's howls. HOWLS rotate their heads. 180 is like half, right? 270, I see. And not 360, it's 270. They can turn it almost entirely all the way. If they could turn it completely, then they would break their neck. Oh boy. And 180 is behind you. That makes sense. It's neat how owls, well, they rotate their heads because they can't move their eyes, right? That's why they have to move their heads instead of their eyes. And that's interesting how chickens as well. The fact that chickens can, their head stabilizes so you can use them as little cameras and using their, what's it called, your equipment. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back from talking about birds. And you can turn it all the way too if you try hard enough. But you can only do it once, check. That's the thing. And do you really want to be a one-time trick? And I was about to say one trick, but one trick implies you can do it many times. No, you can only do it one time. You get one shot at it. Oh boy, with that said, and don't oh boy. With that said, let's work on a calibration screen. To start off, I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna make a little guy here. We're going to make a panel container. So we'll start off with a little panel container here. He's all nice and adorable. This little guy right here. I'm not sure how big we're going to make him, but we're going to put him out right there. There we go. I'm also going to delete you because you're not needed at the moment. This panel container though, I like you. Let's make you a little bit, well actually, let's just fill you up all the way. Expand. And with that said, where are you exactly? I don't see him. It's here, it says, or at least it should say. There we are. There's our panel. This guy right here. We're going to grab our current theme. So let's see. And you won't know if you succeeded or failed. Oh boy, one can dream, can't they? We'll add our theme to the panel container here. And why isn't it allowing us to add the theme? Interesting. Is it because it's in the background, possibly? We have our theme here, and this should give us a brown for our panel. Font color here. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I know why. Let me reset the theme. We have a different theme for panel. P-A-N-E-O, or is it panel? I can't remember. I can never. Background panel. Ah, here we go. You get there. There you are. Are you better? Are you happier? Theme here. Type variation. Theme override style. Yeah. Is it this guy we need to set then? I see. Got ya. Okay. And with that said, let's go ahead and make him about, I'd say this size. This size should be fine. We can always set the size to be whatever size we want it to have and what it wants to go to. We definitely need to modify the panels a little bit more. I do like how they're round, but they could be modified a little bit. Let's make the transforming size the very minimum it is currently. So I'll go ahead and copy this value here, and we'll go ahead and paste this value so that it can only get this size. We'll then save this guy here. And with that said, we'll now add in a V box, so for a little vertical box container. And the hope is that, for example, here, if we make this guy as big as possible, so if we set the ratio to entirety, anything we put in here will only reach to these limits. For example, if I were to grab some rectangles here, so some color rectangles, and I were to add all of these guys, so I make you, let's see, fill you up to be entirely, and if we were to add a few guys here, they would slowly separate themselves, which is what we want. We're going to need a thing that says either calibrated or something else, and go from there. So what I'm thinking is, we should have a, how can we do this? Let me go back into this guy here, and let me bring you into concepts, to let me show you what I'm thinking about. Because I think it would be a good idea to have if I grab my pen here, where'd it go? I want to have an area that allows you to choose what number you want for your calibration if you don't like it, or if you want to redo it or change it. That way you don't have to worry about changing it entirely. So what I'm thinking is we'll have a screen, this little box here that we have currently. It'll have the results. So it'll have your actual number here. The number will go here. It'll say, congratulations, you have calibrated right up here. And then I want to have a, what's it called? I want to have a thingamajiggy here that shows you from highest to lowest. I want you to be able to use the arrow keys or whatever keys you set. So we'll have to have a thing that shows what you can use. So we'll have the arrow keys set up or something else that shows you what buttons you can press to change your calibration if it's not the number that you want. And then from here, I also want to have a little button that says continue. That's what I would like to have, a little continue button. And I want to move those guys all the way or copy and paste them from this calibration screen also into our minigame screen. But this is the idea of what I want it to look like. So let's see how well we can do with that. I'm not too sure quite yet, but let's see. That said, let me go ahead and bring you back into programming here. I'll then also grab a screenshot of this guy so that we know what we're looking for. I'll set this guy here, open up this guy, and eventually it should show up in the way it's supposed to if I click on PRF here. And there we go, lovely. Okay, and then I'll make this guy a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, since I don't really need to see him as much, like that size. That's a pretty good size for me on my screen. Let me drag it over here to where I can see it. And then let me drag this guy over here to that there. There you go. Right there. There you are. That way you can also see what we're slowly working towards. Let me make this guy a little bit smoother in the middle. All right, so with our idea now here, let's go ahead and get started. For certain, we know that we're going to want some text or a big text box that says, "Congratulations, you have calibrated." So let's go ahead and say, let's go to rich text, I think, rich text label. We'll add that guy in here. We'll then make sure it is the proper theme. We'll also make sure to make it as big as possible. So expand. We're also going to grab our theme here, and we'll set the theme to be a title. So UI theme right about there. I'll drag this guy over here so I can see. And we need to make sure the text theme is the title. So I think I have to save this guy. I think I then have to run this guy at least once in order to get the type variations, if I'm not mistaken. So we have this guy, open up this guy, close this guy here. Interesting. Do I have to restart you to get the theme variations? I'm curious to see. Reload that guy and see what happens. And while it's happening, let me get some tea. Tasty, tasty, indeedy. Let me go and set that guy here. Make sure that the paper of the tea doesn't get burnt somehow. Hold on. That guy's kind of sticking out the side of the cup, which is not good. Feels like a fire hazard. And let me just double check on YouTube side of things that we're good to go. There we are indeedy. Lovely, lovely. So with all that's said and done, let me go and click on this guy here. Do we have the theme variation changes now? We do. I can see them here. For example, our title text. Interesting how you have to restart that. With that said, this is going to be our results label. So let's go ahead and call this our RES or label LALAB. Is it label? Label. Label. That looks right. That also looks right. They both look great. Okay, let's see. How do you, what are you called? Hold on. It's LAB, label. I see, label, got ya. LABEL, label. This is going to be our, let's see, complete. And label, we're using gun. Is that actually a gun? Oh boy. Label, calibration, complete, COMPLETE, label, complete calibration. Save that guy there. Okay, with that said, we'll then have this guy say calibrated. 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 Congratulations on calibration, or results calibrated, or yeah, spell calibrated. Calibration spells or casting has been calibrated. Casting has been calibrated. Something like that, I think. And then we'll have this guy here go results. So label results, calibration results. Label, let's see, CALIBRATIONRESULTS, label calibration results. And this will say your results here. So RESULTS, results there. We'll also make sure BB code is enabled because I do enjoy having it. And we'll also need to make sure that this guy fits the contents, and this guy also fits the contents. You'll also need to make sure that you're in the center here. You're also in the center here, and you're also in the center here and here, like that and that there. There we go. And yeah, Labelle is a 1886 rifle, and World War I rifle. I only know of it because it's in Hunt Showdown. I see. The only gun I know about, I think, is the shotgun. That one's pretty common. Anytime I play a game where characters have guns, it's always the shotgun. That's always, it feels painful to deal with. Let's see here. We have label complete calibration, label complete results. And then this guy here is going to be our actual calibration number. So let's see, LABEL, label, CALIBRATION, label calibration number. There we go here. And then from there, we're going to say that this is our number. So we'll just put this as a default of 0.000 ms, something like that there for our number. So that takes care of our results, our number, and all those things. There's when she's chasing you with a shotgun. I would never stoop as low as to do it. Well, I say stoop, but like, it's technically speaking, a shotgun's not too cowardly since you really do have to get up and close. I like, what's it called? A battle axe, a big old axe, and swinging it around. That would be my favorite. And it's always strictly close range, just like IRL. Oh boy, let's see here. Color rectangle, we don't need you guys, so we can go ahead and delete you here as well. And we have our calibration, we have our results, we have our number. Now we're going to need that kind of meter or that bar that we allow the player to do. So is there a bar that we can use that's like that? There's gotta be some sort of, not line edit, some sort of, what would you call it? A thingamajiggy that allows you, it sounds like you need to play Mordor or Chivalry or Medieval Warfare. I think I've heard of Chivalry at least. I think I have heard of that one. The issue was the graphics. It even took me a second to get used to Skyrim because of the graphics. Let's see here. We have rich text label. What is the thingamajiggy that allows you to go left and right? Is it range here? Abstract class. It's progress bar. Spin box? Spin box. Let's add a spin box. I think that's the guy we're looking for. Make this guy its own guy here. But do we want it to look like this, or do we want it to look like something else here? But Spinbox is what I'm thinking of, and too many pixels. Exactly, too many pixels, a little bit too much. I'm wondering, custom arrow step, custom arrow round. Yeah, I want it to be a bar you can do left and right of. I don't like the way this guy looks. Yeah, okay, let me see if I can find a bar that you can modify. Godot for bar, let's see, like a volume bar. Like I've used a volume bar before. Hold on, options menu. Yep, let's see. I have it here somewhere. This bar, what are you called? You are called, let's see, audio here. What are you called? You are called a slider. H slider, I see, H slider. We need an H slider. So let me go back to here, not a spin box, we need an H slider. So H slider here. This is the guy I'm looking for. We'll also make sure to set you as big as possible. Move you up to about here. Hold on. Go up there. Then we go up here. There we go. And knife makes you run faster in CSGO. Oh, I do remember seeing that. Scissors, however, she can only use the plastic ones. Oh my, she doesn't get chase people with knives because you can't run while holding. Oh boy. We'll make this the CALIBRATIONSLIDR calibration slider there. And but only the fancy ones. She'd be a kitchen knife kind of fella. No, we've been over this. I could use an axe, not a knife. And it can't be the small axes even. Not like the lumber ones you can throw. I'm talking the biggest axe you can find, because it's always fun to see the character spinning around with the axe. Let's see. Tick count, tick on borders. I like that. Tick position bottom. Can we do center here? Minimum value, maximum value. Step, I think I have it recorded somewhere along the lines of where I have the, let's see, to-do list at. Where do I record our notes at? Notes here. The bug seems to happen at least at like 0.008. So I'm thinking we'll probably do 0.8, 0.92, but 0.09 seems to work. So I guess we'll do 0.09 as the minimum, and then the maximum we can set to 0.1, maybe? It's odd. I can show you what I'm looking at. If I click on this guy here, and click on this guy here, you should be able to see it in Obsidian. From my notes, it seems to be the case that I got a bug when the calibration was set to 0.092, but I didn't get a bug when it was set to 0.09. So I'm thinking we make the maximum 0.09. I don't know how I feel about that though. And let me double check as well. I want to see exactly what the calibration number I got was when we did the test yesterday, because out of all the calibration results I've gotten, that one felt the nicest to do. So if I could just grab that number, I think it was 0.3 possibly, or maybe it was 0.03, in which case that wouldn't be a good thing since I wouldn't be able to do it decimal-wise, I think. Let's see, if I click on you here, let me quickly grab the calibration number. It shouldn't be too bad. If I click on you here, make it a little bit bigger so I can see and have it play back. While it's playing back, I'll also get some water here. Tasty. Okay, so our calibration here, we go into calibration. I fast forward. I got 0.02. Hold on, if I grab this guy here, 0.02. That's bigger, I think, than... Oh, I was never a fan of decimals. Decimals were always a pain. Yeah, okay, so the best result I've ever gotten with calibration was when it was 0.002. And that is a smaller number than 0.092. So maybe we set it to be maximum 0.01, possibly, but it's tricky. I'm not too sure. And that's the thing where people would be able to try on their own, but I would like there to be a way to check to see if the bug would happen, but I don't know how, because if we make the minimum or maximum not within a range people, that feels nice. That's the thing. I was thinking we could just make it a case of having a maximum calibration number and then a minimum calibration number. But what happens if someone's computer falls outside of that range and now their computer's angry because it's a wrong spammed number? I think what we'll do instead then is set the maximum to be 0, or set the maximum to like 1, maybe? Like 1 here, and then, so let's see. Maybe we do 1.0 as the maximum, but that doesn't feel right. It'd have to be the maximum of like 0.5, I think. 0.9 maybe? Possibly? 0.9 and then to 0.001 maybe could be the range we do. That it feels a little wonky and we could always modify it later, but my issue is just someone might break and it's a Claude's case for the someone. So it's not too bad of an issue, but if there's a lot of someone, then it becomes a one-person problem, just like 1,000 people getting the bug, which is not good. And the thing is too, it's hard to check for the bug, but sometimes I'm able to just break it and see how it works out well, but sometimes not. Let's see here. If I go ahead and set, or you know what, we can try as well. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this bug number. Let's go ahead and try to break the game. I think that's a great idea. And imagine getting incorrect calibration. Please try again. Well, the thing is, if you go out of range, it'll just change it for you to the minimum range. That's what I want it to do. It doesn't do that currently. If I click on you here, click on you here, we can actually set the calibration. I believe I have a cheat for that. Let's see, utility, cheats, let's see, set calibration maybe. Set input offset, here we are. Set input offset, you are going to be 0.092. That's the time I got a bug. So now we have set the input to be that. Let's see if we get the bug. Does the game decide, yeah, I don't want to cooperate with you anymore? You'll notice if it's a bug if it does show up. Let's see. Does it do the thing? No, it seems to be fine. It seems to be pretty fine. Interesting. I do think it's just a computer by computer basis. That's what I'm realizing. And also, I saw a finalize up there. Where'd you go? Hold on. Hide you there. That's that guy there. That's this guy here. This is our calibration panel. CALIBRATIONPANEL. Calibration panel there. What's going on here? Oh, I see. Hold on. Our finalized guy, is that you there? That's not you there. Game over screen. I see. Because we copied and pasted. Yeah, okay. Hold on. You go there. There you are. That way you're fixed. Okay, let's try to break it a little bit and see how well that goes. I don't think how would you even get it? Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit, Ame? Let's try setting the latency then to, let's see, latency, utility, audio latency. Nope, I want to do a set latency, delay. Let's see, latency, audio latency. I need to change the name to something else. Latency, yeah. Yep, okay, let's change the name. I won't remember what I'm typing. So let's go into cheats here and check the latency name. And this guy here, let's see, latency, oh, hold on, Control F, latency, that's not there, Control F, latency. And how would someone fall out of the calibration range? Because there is no range right now. The game doesn't set you to a minimum because there is no minimum. At least as far as I can remember. I don't think there is a minimum and a maximum. I want to make sure we set one because there's none that exists. And hi, Petey, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back as well. Right now, I don't think there's a minimum and I don't think there's a maximum. But the thing is, we don't know what the dangerous minimum and maximum is that breaks the game. But once we can kind of narrow it down to where that breaks, that's where I want to put the guardrails up and then see if that at all fixes the bugs that happen every now and then. But welcome into stream, PD. Welcome in and welcome back as well. Let's see. Memory dish. There is one input offset. That's what I call it. Yeah. You know what? I am okay with that. That is what it is. It is input offset. Let's set the input offset to 1. I think that's a good idea. Let's just go back to here. If we go to here, input offset. Let's set the input offset equal to 1. See how that works out. Yeah, okay. So we know for certain that 1 breaks it. 1 definitely breaks it. How about 0.5? And hi, Oblomov. Or is it Oblomov? Welcome to stream. Welcome back. And please correct me on my wrong as well. And hey yo, and welcome back in. Let me set this guy to here as well. Oh, and before I forget too, let me also do that guy there. There we are. Good to go. Lovely. So with that said, let's try 0.5. So let's see, input, set you to 0.5. How does that work? This is a 0.5. Are we good? I think 0.5 is a good medium. It's not breaking, and I think we might be able to get away with a different number if I go back to end spellcasting here. If we set it to, for example, I think maybe 0.1, how does that work? Are you good to go there? We are, it seems. It doesn't seem to get angry. So I think maybe maximum 0.1 and then minimum, hold on here as we go to our spellcasting screen, we need to also hide our option. Let's see, you here, spellcasting here, our progress bar, our calibration bar both need to be hidden as soon as it does end. Let's see, disable, we also do you here, show game progress screen. If calibration guy is not shown, so let's see, calibration bar dot hide as well, that way that does that there too, just in case. So calibration bar as well as a progress bar dot hide, just in case. There we are. Okay. So we'll set you there and then click on play here. Let's try 0.1. See what we get with that. So test your own guy here. Let's set our input here to 0.1. I believe that worked. So I think 0.1 is a good. And can I ask something about the game? Sure, feel free to. By all means, I'm open to all questions if I can answer it. Let's see, that there. So 0.1 I think is a good enough number. And then I'm thinking 0.001 is our best bet for it being the maximum smallest. So we go here, yeah, THEY space W and then E. I think this is okay. Yeah, okay. So I think we set the minimum to be 0.1 and the maximum to be 0.001. And how are you, chat? And my best Godot streamer? Oh, how sweet. And I hope everyone's doing well as well. And that's very nice to hear. That's very kind and dating. Let's see. We'll go into utility here, and then we'll say that our calibration or max input latency, min input latency. That way we don't lose it, because I don't believe at all. Yeah, visual offset. These guys are here, but we don't have a maximum. We don't have a minimum. So what I'm going to do is do a const here for max input, IMPUT underscore LATENCY, max input latency, and then we'll have a float here. We'll set this guy equal to a total of 0.01 or 0.1, and then we'll have a minimum, and this will be 0.001. There we are. So max input latency, min input latency. Min. That way we can check it. That's not min. N-I-N. There we are. And the game is called Necrotype. So where's the necro part? Can I kill a customer and use their body parts? It's called Necrotype because you play as a necromancer. That's why. She's a necromancer who's going to school for necromancy, but she doesn't want to do necromancy, so it's very spooky themed because it's all about goth and death and skulls. But she likes it at all. But she doesn't want to get into family business. She doesn't like ghosts, so there's spooky aspects like that. And now that's a comic, or that's coming in DLC. Oh boy, and it's about jazz. How do you like jazz? Let's see, you like jazz? We'll save this guy here. We'll set this to be our minimum and maximum for now. With that said, we then need to go to our complete spell button, not complete spell button. We need to go back into this calibration screen here. We can then just right now have our step be 0.001, I think. Or no, that wouldn't be fine, would it? That's tricky, because if it's 0.001, that's a lot of numbers to modify with, right? So maybe we make the step 0.1. We make the minimum value, let's see, minimum value is going to be 0. Okay, thanks for asking. Let's see, minimum value here, minimum value is going to be 0.001, right? And then the maximum value is going to be 0.1. There we go, something like that, I think. And then you'd be able to go up and down. My only issue is that this little guy here for our step is so super duper tiny that I don't know. What's the tick count? Number of ticks displayed on the side, including borders. Ticks are uniformly distributed. I see. We'll set this guy, I think, to maybe 10 ticks, possibly. Maybe 20 ticks could be fine. 20 ticks here. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks nice. I think that looks just fair enough. But that said, I think then our natural value, I would like to have this guy up ahead if possible, but I don't know. I'm thinking 0.5 worked, 0.1 worked. So was there a case where we would ever have negative numbers for our values? I do feel like that would be a thing, right? There's positive milliseconds and then there's negative milliseconds. Let's go ahead and try to see about doing negative and then positive. Does that work? Oh boy, decibels and me never got along. Hold on. If we were to set the input latency to be, let's see. You know what? Why don't I Google that? I like that idea. Google looks pretty fun. Godot, or no, not even Godot 4. Rhythm game, max and min default default latency. And if this guy doesn't give me any answers, I have a ton of rhythm games I can just open. Optimal settings is 0 to 10 milliseconds. Interesting. Okay, 0 to 10. If that's the case, then I'm thinking, let's see, while, no, that's not, wrong guy here, hold on. Devolving input latency delay between rhythm games have a giant problem. Let me click on this guy here. I might pull this up in just a quick second. I'm wondering about latency. Let's see that guy there. Yeah, 30 ms seems to be the number. For mine was like a 0.10, I think. So it was a little bit different in the sense of maybe we have to change the numbers then? Like, The casual, or not the casual, but the default usually seems to be 30, 50, on and up. You know what? Let's bring out the charts. I think that would be the easiest thing to do. Let me open up Rhythm Doctor. That'd be the easiest thing to see about. If I click on you, launch you, as we're waiting for things to go along, I will open up the game and grab some screenshots. And the thing is, I wanted to make a rhythm game because I'm a big fan of rhythm games. I just didn't realize what goes into a rhythm game. I'm a big fan of cafe games. I'm a big fan of typing games. I'm a big fan of rhythm games. So I thought, yeah, why not combine all of those together? What could possibly go wrong? Let me get some tea here. Tasty, tasty. The only question is, can my computer handle all of these programs open? I feel as though we've at least once opened this game with everything else open, and then she realized everything could go wrong. Oh boy, let me go to calibration here. Select that guy, and then let me bring the guy onto screen here. I click on you here. Okay, so the minimum, let's see, is if I grab you here, hold on, if it lets me, aha, there we go. Should be able to set it. Okay. First off, let me lower down the audio, and I know you can't see it. I'm not trying to put it on screen because it'll be more to modify, but I should be able to do the calibration and then grab the screenshots. So we do this guy here and do that guy there. Okay, so for Rhythm Doctor, the maximum is -300. If I grab this guy on screen here, you should be able to see that there. So the maximum is -300, and then the minimum here is, I'm going to guess, +300 ms. If I had to guess. So am I doing my millisecond number calculation wrong then? Because yeah, the maximum is 300, the minimum is 300. I would assume as much, that we would just have to fall somewhere in between. So my 0.1, my 0.01, that's not how it usually goes. It's a little bit different than that. I think our issue is just then that the numbers are off with calculating the input latency then. If I click on you here, we go back into the game here. What are we getting for the regular one? If I just go through this on what I would assume or what I would hope to be the regular run, we have this guy here, and then we click on that there, and then we wait, and then we hit, 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 and then we wait, and then we hit. There we are, 38. 38 is the number I got. Oh, hold on. Does that mean the other day, yesterday, does that mean when I did the test that the current version of the game on Steam, not on Steam, we're not there yet, but the current OBS version, Obsidian, hold on. In Obsidian here, if we try to do it, and I go into the game here, and we click on that guy here, we go into calibration here, just do a quick little test here as I mute that guy here. Maybe that's it too, is that right now at the moment, the calibration looks a little bit different. So if that's the case, what is the translation of my 0.002? The numbers aren't right there. I think it's just a multiple of a different number. If I click on you here as I'm waiting for these guys to finish the calibration, there's a total of 10 you have to do. 0.0, yeah, okay. So that number has to get modified to then be a different number. So let me grab you here. Let's then subtract you here, then go back into here, and I will grab you here as well. So this is the calibration result I got from winging it. We'll go ahead and close Rhythm Doctor. Don't need it anymore. I can go also close the game in my background so that we don't get any lag or anything. Let me just close you there. There we are. Okay, and then let me hide you here. Lovely. Okay, so right now it gets the calibrated results and then 38 ms. Let's go into our calibration guy here. How are we getting that number? I know it's a multiple of something. I just don't remember what. Results utility get ms a string. We have here our latency and our ms. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you multiply it by 1,000 in order to get the ms. So that would mean, hold on. 1,000 would be moving it, I think, by 3, right? 3, so it would be -5, I think, right? Would be the thingamajiggy here. If I go to calculator here, I go back to here, just double checking on my math. I think I'm right, but I'm not too sure. We have, let's see, clear that there. We have 1,000 times, and then we have point, and then we have 0.005, and it's also a negative, and that gives us, yes, -5. So -5 would be our maximum here. So I'm thinking as we'll probably go for the default of being 30 or 10. So either 30 or 10, I think, would be a good stopping point, because mine was 2 as well. So if it was 0.002, then yeah, okay. New idea. I think we make the ms then a total of either, let's have it go up to 10. I think that's a good idea. So if we go back into here, go back into here, with the idea that usually it's either from 300 to 300, or it's either from 10 to 10, or not 10 to 10, 30 to 30. I like the 30 idea. We just need to make sure that 30 is possible, and I'm not too sure. So let me click on this guy here so that I can see things properly, and then we'll go back up to here. We'll go into our utility again. So back into utility where we were just here, if it lets me. Utility, there we are, back in utility. We'll go ahead and set our guy up here. So our maximum is going to be a total of 30. I think 30 is okay, 30.0. And then our minimum is going to be negative 30.0. So negative 30.0. I like that. I think that works well. That said, back onto this guy here, and if we go onto, let's see, our options menu, this is the calibration screen and slider, that is correct. We can now set our minimum value to be negative, let's see, 30.0. So 30.0, negative 30.0. And then our maximum will be 30. And then our step can be something like 0.5. Have them go up by 5, I think is a fair value. That way you get a total of, you get pretty close to those ranges, I think. And then our value starts at 0, which means this guy gets to go in the center here. I think that works. I think that's fine. And then having a tick count of maybe not 20, maybe having it with like 30 instead. That might be too much. That might be pushing it a little bit too much, but I think it's okay. Having either a tick count of 30 or a tick count of 10. I like the idea of doing 30 just because I think it feels like you're ticking it up and down. So we'll save that guy there. Save this guy here. With all of that said now, we need to figure out how to translate that MS that's going on here. What you'll see is if I close this guy now, we close this guy since we don't need him anymore. We need to go back to where we were. We don't need the home screen either. We go back into, let's see, spellcasting minigame. Nope. We're looking for something specific. We don't need you. We don't need spellcasting screen yet. We don't need scorekeeper. Nope. We need our calibration screen, and then we need the calibration screen's finish. So this guy down here, utility get MSS string. Here we are. So we take the input offset, and then we multiply it to get the MS. So my thoughts behind this is that behind the scenes, it always stays as that wacky looking number, which means that in order to use this guy and translate it, we'd have to then divide it by that 1000 number. Since here we're multiplying it, next we'd have to divide it. I think that's the thing. We would just have to divide it. So in that case, what we would do then is, on our calibration slider, we're just going to have to make sure that we say, hey, when it's set, when it's updated, do that thing. I think that's fine. What we'll do for the meanwhile is that I will grab this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and do utility.ms. So utility.ms value, ms, utility.ms. I think that's fine. We'll go then to here, and then we'll just make sure that this guy here too is always what we need it to be. So const ms, and then we'll go ahead and set this to a float, float, set it to equal, and set it equal to 1000. There we are. That way, that also doesn't lose its value anywhere, and that we know that means our milliseconds, our milliseconds multiplication. That's what that's there for. Do we want to go with milliseconds though? Maybe. No, MS is fine. We use MS in other areas, so I'm okay with that. I am a-okay good with that. Okay, so with all of that said and done, now we just need to make it so that the calibration results are updated here. And another thing I want to do as well is set it so that the player doesn't have to do the calibration if they don't want to. If they want to just hop into calibration and set it automatically, I think that's a good idea. What that means then is that we're gonna grab our start button here, add it into this guy here, but instead of start, we're going to call it calibrate, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-E. Calibrate, start calibration. So let's see, start, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N, button, start calibration. So button, B-U-T-T-O-N, button, start calibration. I think that works out well. And then we'll go here and we'll click on start. So casting has been calibrated, results. I think that's okay. I think I'm okay with that. What I'm thinking is, at the very beginning at least, it doesn't say this, it'll say something else instead. So maybe we'll call this the header instead. So label calibration complete, label calibration header. So we'll say C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N header, and then we'll say label calibration body, and then we'll say label calibration number, so body. And that way, depending on what we use, we can kind of hide and show them. I think that'll be a good idea, possibly. And I'm starting my first internship as a science place tomorrow, so I have to go. No worries at all, and congratulations, Check, as well. Good luck with settling the beef with calibration once again. Our battle will be legendary. It's a tale as old as time, truly, and I do wish you luck. That sounds like a lot of fun. Internships, that sounds enjoyable. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you have a lovely, lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night as well, and have a good rest too. Let's see here. I'm thinking this can work, and then if we are calibrating, so if we haven't calibrated yet, that'll depend. And we'll set this guy here to our calibration panel. So we'll access this as a unique name. This guy will be, no, not access a unique name. We actually need to make this into a script. Attach as a script, yep. And then we'll go here. Here we are. So we're going to call this guy a class underscore name. It's going to be our CALIBRATIONPANEL calibration panel. It's then going to know about its guys down here. So we'll grab these guys here. Go ahead and access his unique name. Grab all of them using Control and Shift, Control and Shift. We have our label here. We're also missing our header. So this guy here, there we go. And then we'll have a value here. So at export var, and we're going to call it our status. And then we're going to say current status, I think. CURRENT, current status. And depending on our status, I think that's how we'll do it. We'll set the status depending on whatever we want the things to say. So we'll have a current status here. It's going to be a status. So status, and we're going to set it equal to status dot none. None. There we are. Status dot none. And then up here, what we're going to do is to have a little, enum, and then we're going to call it status. And then we're going to set this guy here. We're going to call enum for none. We're going to call it, let's see, completed, COMPLETED, completed. And then we're also going to have on here, enter, or start, or done, completed, and then start. Begin. I think that's good. Completed and begin are start or finish. So start or end. Start or end. End. I think that's okay. End here. Lovely. Okay. So this guy now has a current status that you can set, start or end, depending on the status. And with that said, now what we'll do is we'll do a var for our header string. Let's see, status to header string. Status to header string. So we'll set that guy there, and then from after that, we'll make it into a dictionary. So dictionary, and it's going to be a dictionary, and it's going to hold our status, and then it's also going to hold our string. And with that said, then what we'll have it say is that if it is a status dot start, we'll have it go here, and then we'll say our status dot start is going to say something, then our status dot end is going to say something, and then we'll also have a status dot none to say something, just in case we have an NA. So we'll have this guy here. This is going to be our status to header, and then we're also going to have a status to body. So let's see here, it's status to body. So you would be status to body here, to BODY, body there we are. And then we'll also need a function for an update. So function, we'll set this to ready, and then this guy here will be a pass. We're going to need a function for update, so function underscore update. And then that'll be probably a, a thing you press for the button. So we'll also set that to pass. So we're gonna need a ready, yep, that makes sense, yep. Ready, and then update, and then in our update, what we're going to do is we're going to grab our calibration header here. So calibration header dot, and then it's going to be dot text, and we're going to set the text equal to our status to header. So status to header, and then we'll set it to our current status. Current status here, and then we'll also duplicate that guy. Make this so I can see a lot more of it as we have our body here. So we'll grab our body, and then this is also going to be our current status, but it's instead going to be our status to body here. So copy you here, there we are. And why is this angry exactly? Current status, you go there. Yeah, but what's off about that? Hold on. Label.text, yeah, that there. And closing doesn't have a thingamajiggy. Oh, hold on. Oh, I see. There you go. All right, there we go. Okay. So we have it set up like that. Now we just need to have a none here. So I'll go ahead and do /n/a. We'll then have a none here for /n/a. By default, I do like the idea of having it just be start. So start will go here. The none is just here, so if something's off, it'll have it. So let's see, current status none. Actually, yeah, we'll make the none a default. On ready, we'll set the current status to, so let's see. On ready, we'll set the current status to, let's see, current status equals status dot start. So status dot start here. That way it starts off, and then we'll go ahead and update here. That way we know that it's already set from the very beginning. Now we just need to figure out what we want the start and the end to say. We already know, at least for this header, that we want it to say casting has been calibrated. So this is our header, so we can say casting has been calibrated at the very end here. We'll also set this to be n/a, and then we'll copy that over here. Next up for our body, we know that we want to have the body say results, so we'll also go ahead and put this here. So let's see, body's end, we have that guy, it says results, that's what we want. And then we also have the calibration number here, which we won't have to worry about at this very second. So we can go ahead and have that guy go there. I'll save this guy, we'll get some tea, and then we will continue. Tasty, tasty. Alrighty then. With that said and done, let's go ahead and save this guy. And then what we need to do is for the start. Now, what do I want this to say? I can say possibly manually set calibration or manual set and calibration manual set or start calibration. I do like the idea of that. Manual set, start calibration, and then I also want to have a button for the name. So this button has some text I want to add on here, so access is unique and good. We'll just be able to drag and drop it into here. I'll move the slider down since it's not a label that I want to include. So we'll have that guy go here. And then I also want to have a status to body for our button here. So we can go ahead and do status to body for our button. So button, button. And then for our start, I want to do, let's see, generate calibration, or let's see, start calibration or enter calibration, or what could it be called exactly? Retry, yeah, R-E-T-R-I. At the very end, I want it to say retry. And then at the very start, what I want to do is I want it to say enter calibration, or enter test, or sync. Something like that. I don't know what it's usually called for calibration. I might have to open up the game again. But usually it's like a enter calibration, start calibration. There's a word that they tend to use, and I can't remember what it is exactly. So let's see. I will click on you here to close you, and then I'll go ahead and click on you here so I can see things up on my side. And I truly might just open back up Rhythm Doctor and see, what do they call it? And then I also want to open up another game like Necrotype Cafe, Necromancer, Crypto Necromancer. So let's see, button here. This button says calibration. You click calibration and it automatically brings you into calibration. So calibration assistant, that's how it does it. Let me grab the screenshots of these guys. And hi, Ray. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Thanks to your live. You safe from boredom because can't sleep. Well, welcome in. And I'm glad to hear my programming sessions aren't boring, though. I do hope it's able to lull you to sleep instead of keeping you awake. That will be the hope. Is that I want you to get proper rest. That's super duper important. Let me click here, but that's also nice to hear. And I do hope you are able to get some well-deserved rest as well. Here's what it looks like for the Rhythm Doctor game. You have a menu, you click calibration, and she's singing her siren song again. Oh boy. Let's see if I click on you here, close you here. Let me then open up, let's see. Crypto the Necromancer, that was the one I was talking about. Let me grab that one. Let me grab the UI of that guy. Oh, downloading content. Oh, it's taking a long time to download. All right, let's see. What other games did I play that had rhythm in it? There was also that, Insomniac. No, not Insomniac. Melatonin. Speaking of can't sleep. Melatonin was another one. Let's see. Oh, I see new DLC, Shovel Knight. He's in the game now? Oh, that's neat. Let's see. I want it to go into replays, leaderboard, optimization options. Let me very quickly make you go into full screen. I want to disable full screen. Hold on. Enable speedrun timer. How do I disable full screen? I don't want full screen. Gameplay, display options. Yeah, I want to turn off full screen. Thank you very much. Okay. And with that said, in our options, how it's assigned is latency calibration. So let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Let me take a screenshot so we can both see what we're looking at. There we are. So in Crypto the Necromancer, it looks like this. The start screen doesn't have the option. You have to go into the option for that guy. And then once you click on latency calibration, there's a calibrate automatically. Oh, I do like that. I think we should go with calibrate automatically. That does sound right. We have calibrate automatically, or you can do it and you can set it yourself. I think that works out well. Calibrate automatically. I like that. And is it possible when you're this energetic? I mean, I've slept before listening
Cat sat on keyboard, just
upbeat
redeemed
things. At some point, it
hydrate.
just becomes nice, comforting background noise, and I can surely hydrate. Thank you for that redeem. Once a year. Hydration has been done. Thank you for that redeem. Okie dokie. Let me check one more game here. This is how they do it in the Necromancer. Let me grab Melatonin. I should have it downloaded already. Yeah, okay. Let me open up Melatonin. Let me check that game. And oh, you know what's another game that just recently came out? I think I have it on my, I think I have it on the computer. It's Bits and Bops and Beats. something like that. That has been a fun game to play. It's like the old Nintendo rhythm games, but updated a little bit. That has been enjoyable too. So let me also grab how they do their calibration, as I believe they have a calibration setting. So let me grab this game here, see if I can turn down the audio because it's super duper loud. Let me grab you here, set you to, let's see, settings. Oh, this game doesn't allow you to use your mouse, which is a nice feature because that's exactly what I plan to do for my game. Not allow you to use the mouse at all. Or rather, discourage you from using the mouse. So in this guy, how it works, and hi, hello, welcome to the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've been well, or swell even. Let me grab this guy here, grab this guy here. So for melatonin, they also show it in the options menu. It's not something you see right off the bat. This is telling me that in my options menu, in the game, have the calibration in the settings, because the game will automatically calibrate for you at the very beginning. That's something good to know, is that, yeah, calibration. And then let me see about the game's calibration itself. If I click on calibration here, how do they have it set up? I see. Calibration tool, I see. So this is how they do their calibration. If you don't want to set it automatically, there's a button for calibration tool. And then let me get that last game to see about how they do their calibration. And let me make this a little bit bigger too, so you're not just looking at something super duper tiny on screen. Let me make you bigger like that. Bigger even. Bigger, there we go, bigger. And actually, let me slide you over here too, so that you can see things in a little bit more detail as I slide that guy over, slide this guy back a little bit, there we go. Okay, so I am noticing a pattern, is that it does initially already allow you to set it. Rhythm Doctor doesn't, it just has a screen and it sends you into it. I wonder if there is a way to do it manually, but from my just going there and trying it out, these two games have a way to do it before you even calibrate, before you even calibrate automatically. Let me check that one other game, Bits and Bops, I think it's called. Yes, Bits and Bops. Bits and Bops is the game. So let me grab that game, let me open it, and let's also take a look to see how they do their calibration, as I am quite curious to see what they call the button that makes it so that you calibrate. It's interesting. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let me click on that guy here. Have this guy open. Let me click on you here. Oh, the volume. It was so loud. Hold on. Yeah, settings. Let me full screen disable, and then also lower down the resolution just a little bit. Like yeah, there we go. And then audio. Make sure the audio goes down. Yep. Hold on. Okay. Now I can hear myself. And then settings. So again, they have it in the settings, and it's an input, other, interesting, huh? I don't think they have a calibration. What I'm saying here is, and I'll click on this guy and zoom out here. So for Bits and Bops, the way they have it is there's just a setting screen, and then there's this guy right here, audio offset. Let me do a little more looking and see. Do I see anything that looks like a calibration screen? There's input, which is not. There's audio, which is not. Interesting. Okay. I can say then, I don't think this game has a calibration set test, at least as far as I can tell. Interesting. Okay. Well then, let me go and close this guy here. We have our data that we can look at now, and I definitely do like the idea of having in the settings menu. We could definitely move the calibration screen to that. I think that would work out better. I also like the idea of just having a menu where you can press the button, or not press the button, but set it automatically here. I like that too. It's interesting here again, they have a small number, big number, and I'm wondering if this guy goes all the way to 300, or if it goes to like 200 instead. That would be curious to see. With all of that said, I like the idea of calling it a calibration tool, possibly, or I like the idea of calibrate automatically. Yeah, maybe, or start calibration test. Start test. I like start test. Let's do start test. I think that's the best one. So we'll go ahead and move this guy back here, move this guy back here, move this guy back here. Oh, not that guy, hide that guy, show that guy, hide that guy. There we are. Okay, so we'll call this guy and we'll say that it is start test for our button. So we'll say start test. S-T-A-R-T, start test, start test. So I don't know if I like the sound of the name at least there, because we could do start and it'll be start test here. But maybe we can do it a little bit differently. We have here our themes and our theme overrides. I'm wondering type variation flat button. Interesting for that guy there. Can we make the font a little bit bigger? I don't like how small it is. If we up the size a little bit, there we go. That's all I wanted. I just wanted something like that. And then I also wanted to add a little spacer here. So if I grab this guy, I add in a node, like a random panel. Would it be a panel? I think it would be a color rectangle or something of the sort. So a control node can work too, I think. We'll add this guy in here. I want to space these guys out just a little bit. So that's why I'm adding this guy. So we're going to call this guy our spacer, S-P-A-C-E-R. And with our spacer here, what we're going to do is we're going to give him a little bit more size. So we're going to grab his minimum size and grab his Y. And if we grab the Y, it gives us a little spacer for all of that distance. That way the start guy isn't at the very bottom. However, I also don't like it being at the bottom, so I'm going to also add a spacer below it. That way, I think that looks a little bit nicer. Truth be told, we could even add some more spacers to give it some extra bit. So you know what? Let's do that. Above button spacer, so spacer above button, B-U-T-T-O-N. So spacer above button. We also have here a spacer below button, so B-E-L-O-W. That's a big B. B-E-L-O-W, below button. Let's then also grab here a H-box. So I can grab H-box here like that. H-box like that guy there. And then what we can do is we can also add a spacer here. So if I make sure our spacer should also be expand as much space as it can take up. This guy here, hold on, if I go ahead and just delete you first, let's make sure that you're expanded. There we go. You should also be expanded as big as you can get yourself. So expand, expand. Button, you should also be expand. There you go, expand. There you are. Set that guy there, set that guy there. And after that, what I can now do is make your size smaller. So let's see. I reset your custom minimum size here, transforming. We save you. I should be able, I think, to now do an override or something of the sort. Container sizing, transform. There should be one, I think, for making you, stretch ratio. Make you a little bit smaller here. I like a 0.25, I think. 0.25, I think is a fine number. So we'll set you to 0.25. We'll also set you to 0.25, like that. Reset the custom minimum size, so there's a little bit of spacing above and below. And then we'll also add a spacing left and spacer right. So spacer left button, so spacer left button, and then we'll add you here, and then we'll move you into an H box. And then we'll also make sure that this guy is also expanded as big as we can get it. Spacer left button, we'll add now our button into here. So it goes about right below there. There we are. Spacer left button, and then we're also going to need a spacer right button. So spacer right button, R-I-G-H-T, R-I-G-H-T, like that. And then if we add our button into the center, now we have a button that goes right in the center here. And if we want to make it bigger, we also can, I believe, if we go to our layout here, we go into our container sizing. To make this button wider, I think all we have to do is this guy here. Hold on. If we click on expand, expand. Aha, now I think this will work. Yeah, look at that. So now if we want to make our button bigger or smaller, we can do it here right as well. So I'll make sure that you are, I think 1.15 is pretty good. 1.15, and I like that a lot better than what it was earlier. So I'm going to go with that. I don't know how I like the bar looking. I think I like it I would like it as a different look, but I don't think we can modify it at this moment. And it's fine if we can't as well. Let's see if we can mess around with it just a smidge. I won't worry about it too much, but let's modify it a little bit because I really do like the way this guy looks. So let's go ahead and click on change here. We'll then go ahead and set this guy here too. Start UI, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N-U-I. Start calibration UI. Set that to commit, set that to sync. And with that said, I want to know if we can hide that dot there. Is it possible? We have a tick position. This is tick position here. So it's the position of the ticks. Center, interesting. Bottom, both. Interesting. Oh, I see. That's neat. Let's make you center. I want to hide the dot there. Is there a way to do that? I think there is. If we go to our theme overrides and then our constants here, we have our grabber, I think. So if I just make our grabber not an icon, I think that'll work. So if I just, for example, here, clear you, I think possibly, or if we do a new texture, so let's see. New texture 2D, viewpoint texture, canvas texture, compressed texture. There we are. And we also make you a compressed texture and also make you a compressed texture. And you're all null. That deletes that for the grabber, which is what I want. I want to see if we can make this guy a little bit brighter. I do like the way the ticks look. I think I would want to make it a different color, which we can do as well. And then for the sliders or style here as well, we have grabber area, which is this color, grabber highlight. Interesting, interesting. Okay, let's modify this a little bit because I think it can definitely look a lot nicer than it does already. Let's make this into a different brown. So I think if I grab the style box here, if we grab our brown, and I don't know where the brown is, I might just have to grab the color hex here instead. So I'm gonna grab this guy here, go into Google here and grab our hex grabber. Oh, actually, never mind. I don't have to go into Google. I have it already opened on my Sprite. So I'll go ahead and grab that brown color that we have. And I want to change the color just a little bit. Actually, you know what? I think we should have the colors I'm looking for in our book. If we go into our book here, into our book tab, nope, not you. I'm looking for our specific book page. We have a book page here. I'm looking for the book, the big old book. We have book page, book tab, book tab. Ah, here we are, big book. I want to grab these colors. I think these colors will be quite good. So I'll grab these colors instead, and now let me get the hexes of those. Don't say for that guy there, do a file new there. That way I can grab the colors. So we're gonna make the background, I think. And we could actually, you know what? Maybe if we do the background as like a brown from the book color, that might work out a little bit better. So I'll copy this guy here. We'll then go back into our calibration screen, close this book since we don't need it anymore, like that there. Now we'll grab our, let's see, our spacer. So this guy right here, oh, spacer right button here. Here we are, spacer, our calibration slider. We'll make the background instead of this color, we'll make it instead a different color. So I'll grab, if it lets me, style here. I want to make a new style box. Let's see, flat. There we go. New flat style box. And then I want to make your color, this color here, which is like a brown color. Now, how do we make you bigger? I'm guessing we have to make you either taller or smaller, I'm wondering. So if I make you like the height of, Y is the height. So if I do like a 5 height here, interesting. If I set you to 5 here, you also get tilted. Interesting. I wonder why it does that. If we do border width here, that's not what I'm thinking, is it? We set bottom to example here for 10. Oh, interesting. Huh. How do we make this guy bigger? That's border. That's corner. That's expanding margins. Uh-huh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's see about making maybe this guy 5 here for the top and making this guy, yeah, like that. I like that. I do like that. I also want to add a spacer in between so it's not at the very top. Let's set this guy, I think, 10. I think I like the idea of it being 10 and 10. So we'll set that guy to 10, set that guy to 10. I like the sound of that instead. And then after that, I also want to add a little bit of corner. Let's see. Let's add like maybe 3 corner, possibly 3 corner. We can maybe make this like a 20, 25 corner. Doesn't have to be too detailed. Okay, 25 is too much. 10 maybe could be a good idea. 10. I like 10. So we'll go ahead and set this 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10. That'll bring our guy to that there. Let's then add another H box. That way we can make this a little bit smaller. So we'll add an H box here, H box container here, and 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hi, is it Alan or maybe Alien or Alien? Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And welcome for the first time as well. Hi. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Let's see here. We'll add another H box. This is going to be called our button. So let's see, CALIBRATION button, calibration button. And then we'll make this guy our calibration slider. So our calibration button H box. So H box, let's see, H box, calibration button. And then we'll make this guy our H box calibration slider. So SLIDER. We'll then add in this guy. Make sure you're as big as you can get, as big as we can make it. Then we'll slot this guy into here. There we go. We also want to make sure that this guy is as big as he can get. So expand as big as you can. And then we'll grab again our slider here, or our calibration slider. Nope, we want our spacer for the left. So this is our spacer left, and this is for our slider. So spacer left slider, SLIDER, spacer left slider. And that's interesting how that guy works. I wonder if we can make this guy center a little bit more. Let's see. Yeah, your tick position is center. What about your layout position? Custom minimum size, transform, sizing, container sizing, shrink begin. What about shrink center? Interesting. And then for this guy, shrink center. Interesting. Huh, okay. Well, let's expand this guy. We can make it bigger. We can also make that the center. We can also make that the center. Expand, unexpand, make you as big as possible. I think that works. That feels right. So this is our spacer left slider. We're also going to need a spacer right slider. So we'll make this guy spacer right slider. So RIGHT, if I can grab it correctly, RIGHT, spacer right slider. And then what we have to do is just drag and drop that guy into there. And now he's not at the very beginning or end. And the good news is hopefully we can also now set the stretch ratio so we can make it as big as we want or small as the smallest we want. I do like it going out a little bit bigger. I don't like it going at the sides, so I'm going to do this instead. And I also think we can keep the bar like this. I think this is fine. Lastly, for the ticks, let's hide the ticks. I don't think we need the ticks. The ticks are fine. We'll instead just have it, like, yeah, I like how this feels. There's also this one here that kind of has like a wavy look to it. I do like the ticks. I do think the ticks feel nice. So we'll do no ticks for now. So we'll go ahead and set the ticks to be no guy. So we'll go ahead and just, let's see, compress the texture here. There we are. That saves it from being that guy there. And then lastly, we're going to need the color for the grabber area, I believe, which is this guy here, possibly. If I go ahead and set your value, let's see. What value are you right now? Value is 0 at this point in time. So it should have a little bit of space at the very least, or what I would hope. I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. I should be able to clear, let's see, quick load, copy. I then think I can grab our grabber area highlight. Oh, I haven't seen that one before. We'll go then into paste here. So paste. And I'm wondering, why can't we see this guy anymore? That means this guy is full, grabber area, but I would expect to see our value go up and down. So for example, here, if I make the value negative, I would expect it to go negative, but it doesn't, which is what I'm not too sure about. We know that we have removed our grabber icon, and right, out of break, completely forgot. We have our slider. Is it that we have to, oh, hold on, I think I know why. Are they the same? Make unique. If I make you unique, and then go back to our original color here, hold on. If I click on, click on you here, grab you back to here, copy you here, copy that there, and then go to, oh, hold on, if it lets me, calibration slider here, set the background color to this guy here. There we are, like that. That's what I wanted to do. I don't like the idea of it being rounder though. I think having it not have that curve. So we'll do the outbreak now, and then when we come back, we'll keep modifying this a little bit more. I thought I didn't like the tick idea, but I think we can do a tick. We can add a tick, maybe just not make them really, really rough. So outbreak now, doing it now. And when we come back, we'll continue on our little calibration screen. So let's see here. If I go ahead and get some tea. Tasty, tasty, and like it really doesn't feel like 2 hours have already passed. It feels like not even one. I'd say 30. The good news is that we're getting things done, and these are things that need to get done, because while we are worrying about the tutorial, this is part of the tutorial, the calibration screen itself, and the calibration screen has needed a little bit of a refresh, and we want to make sure that the guy stays consistent so that you can also, if you press escape, for example, redo the test or enter in the calibration testing screen. So I want to make sure the player can always access to calibration and redo it over and over again. So I'm happy we're doing it now. It's been a long time coming. The only issue is just, is the calibration going to break again? I don't know yet. That's the fun of it, isn't it? Let me go ahead and go up here. Let's start off by going to the right a little bit for our stretches. And then we'll want to go to the left here for our stretching. And then we're gonna wanna go back a little bit. And then we're gonna wanna go front a little bit. And after that, let's do some neck stretches, shall we? Let's start off by going to the left here, slowly but surely. Let's then go to the right here, slowly but surely. And then let's go front a little bit. And then we're gonna go back a little bit, not too much. Don't want anything breaking. If it does, call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me, I can't be sued. Let's then go to the right here. This is recommended to hold for about a minute or so, but we don't have time for a minute, so we'll just hold it here for a few seconds. Another one you can also do is if you look down, that one can also be held for a minute. So you would want to do like a minute here and then a minute here. And then you would want to also then go to the other side. So about a minute here, and then also about a minute here. Minutes everywhere. You can hold this for a minute, then you can hold this for a minute. How many minutes would that be? Front is a minute, back is a minute, left is a minute, right is a minute. So that's 4. And then it'd be 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 minutes. And only call her for food? Well, hold on now. Don't do that either. Well, the thing is, are you calling to ask for food? Or are you calling because you want to share food? That would be a big difference. In which case, for both, what type of food? It's very important. Let me get some tea here. Tasty, tasty as always. I'm a big fan of red teas, so things like pomegranate, raspberry, strawberry, cherry, not so much. The cherry's been growing on me recently. I haven't made cherry jam in quite a long time, but maybe that's what I'll do this week. Maybe this week I'll set some time aside and make some cherry jam. That's all. It's tasty, especially if you can do the cherries right and get it steeping and then have that jam over some butter and some toast. Yep, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'll be doing. With that said, we're just about back from the ad break, so welcome in. And I have never eaten more than one cherry. Yeah, the thing is, at least, when you make a jam, you have to use a lot of that one thing. So I ended up buying like 2 bags of cherries, and then it creates like 2 to 3 jars of cherry. It was just not a lot. 2 to 3 jars of jam, not a lot, especially if you end up eating a lot of it. Then that's like a lot of condensed cherries. It's good though. I can't complain in that regard. But welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. Shall we continue then? Let's see here. If I go to here, what I wanted to do is I wanted to set the colors a little bit differently. I want to make the ticks actually have a color. I think that's fine to do. So we'll go ahead and set the color, I think, to being this kind of light color here. So we'll grab this guy here, copy that guy here, copy, and then let's go to our tick. And I think it was yeah, I've seen that cherry before, so probably isn't a fair comparison. I don't remember what type of cherries I've used, and since it's mostly sugared, yeah, that's the thing as well, is that cherries are high in sugar. So if you're going for something that's low carb, cherries aren't the case. I would recommend strawberries, and strawberry jam's also pretty tasty. Can recommend that one as well. Let's see here. For our slider, for our icons, we have our tick icon. I want to make you a new icon, so we'll go ahead and make you into a new texture here. Oh, style box flat. Never mind. Clear you here. And then we want to do style box flat. I'm not seeing style box flat though, which is a little odd. I see viewport. I see canvas texture maybe. Possibly. Can we do that then? No, we can't do that. Okay, there's image, there's mesh, there's gradient texture, there's external texture, there's noise texture. I have never seen any of these textures before. I just want something simple, that's all, but I'm not seeing it. So we might just have to make our own or change the color, do something of the sorts. Color map, new key, new value? Huh? Interesting. You don't say. Well then, I'm thinking, at least firstly, we don't want the ticks on the borders. That's not good. I think it's fine to have it like this for now. I'm okay with this. I think it's fine. Let's just keep it like that, have them in the center, and then after that, what I want to do is have the tick or let's also change the front ground before I forget. I want to make this a brighter color, so I'm going to make it this color here, copy this color here, copy, and then let's grab this. So instead of it being this orangey color, I want to make it this color here, the color of our paper. That doesn't blend well with the ticks though, does it? How can we do that, you think? Do we just remove the ticks? I think so. If we can't have the ticks as a special custom thing at the moment, I think it's okay. In that case, we'll just make it into a compressed texture 2D. Keep it like this. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It feels a little funny, but I'm okay with it. With that, oh, never mind. I accidentally deleted it. I just want to make this guy not round. I want to make him straight. So if we make you our corner radius, not for our top right or our right. So right and then right. There we go, like that. And I'm wondering as well, if this guy fills up, so if the value is set to be 30, are we good? Ugh. No, we're not. We're not good. We're not good at all. I don't like that one bit. So it seems to be the case that we either have all or nothing, which is fine. It's fine, I guess. We'll just remove the corner radius until I can figure it out one day. So we'll remove you, remove you, remove you, and we'll remove you. Have you as just a flat texture, and then we'll do you, you, and you, and you. There we go. We'll just do that. I think that's fine. That's okay. With that said, I wonder if there is a way we could like download the tick texture, just out of curiosity. For example, if we reset that guy there, can I grab this texture? Is there a way to download it? Download, load, edit, save as? Interesting. I then beg the question, just curiously, if I were to make like a super teeny tiny little tick texture here, and then I do file, and then I do export here, and export as, test tick, hold on, let's see, just that guy there, that's fine, that's a-okay to do. We'll grab you into here, I will put you into our kitchen, nope, not there, let's put you in the commons, possibly, or yeah, commons, just for now, let's put you in commons, how you export into you here. And then in our commons, I think it's like sprite something with a lot of different numbers on here. We might have to go find it manually, which is a little unfortunate. I should have named it something better. Ah, here it is. So if I grab this random texture I just made, and we were to make this into a compressed texture 2D, and then I just kind of move you over here. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. Okay then. what color do we want this guy? And this guy can also be a little bit longer, apparently. So I'll also go ahead and make this guy like a little bit taller here. Sprite size, we can make you a little bit bigger as well. Let's see, canvas size, or actually, hold on. Let me grab this guy here. We're gonna rename you, and we need to move you somewhere else. Good to know that it does work, though. I'm glad to hear it. So we just need to figure out a home for this guy. I'm thinking common UI. We have assets here. I'm thinking you can go there. Yeah, okay. We'll set the file to go and save into this folder, since I think it's our best bet for folders. And then copy this guy, move you here. We'll do file, save as, and then we'll go ahead and just set you to, hold on. You go into this folder here. We'll then call it our slider. So calibration slider, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N. Calibration, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N _ S-L-I-D-E-R-T-I-C-K. Calibration slider tick. We'll then set you to be a PNG, since that is what you are, PNG. Save you to be that there. There you go. And then I'll go ahead and just make this guy canvas size, go up by like 2 here, and I'll also go up by like 2 here. Save that guy, and if I just fill in this blank here now instead, so I save you here, we go back into here, we now have our calibration slider tick. I drag and drop it into here. Interesting, interesting. I see. Well then, do we want to have the ticks big or small? I don't know. I do quite like the way this looks. We just need a different color. So do we want to make the ticks lighter, darker, or what kind of ticks could we do? We could definitely have it be a case of being a little bit darker. So maybe we can grab that guy here, move it down just a smidge here. Let's see. That's a pretty good darker color. Let me grab this guy here, copy you here. Into here, then if I set the tick color to be this color here and save it, we go back into here. Does that color work, do you think? I wish there was a way to set the tick color against the other color here too. It could just be me not liking the look of it in general, especially because of the green or orange line. I don't think this is too bad, but I'm not sure how I feel about the ticks. That's the issue here. I think it's fine though. I think it's a-okay and good to go. In the meanwhile, what we can then do is save this guy for now. We'll go ahead and close you there. Close you, I think, close the tick. Does it let me close the tick? It does, lovely. We have our styles here for our slider. That's for that, that's for the grabber area. There's also here for the grabber area highlight, just to make sure. We're going to copy here. And then I wanna also paste this as unique. So paste as unique here, there we are. And that way, if you wanna modify it, you can in the game. We'll go and save that guy here. Okay, so we have a thing that says to start the test. I like that idea, we'll keep that idea. I'll slide this guy back over here, slide you back over here so we can see things a little bit clearer. And with that said, right up here for our calibration slider, so our calibration panel, we have start test here. I like the way that sounds. So we have NA, retry, or start test for our body. So at the beginning, if you don't press anything, it has start test. At the end, it has retry. We then also have here for our body, let's see, we have results. And at the beginning, I'm thinking what I want it to say is like stats or latency. Yeah, we'll do this here. Latency, L-A-T-E-N-C-Y, latency. I like the idea of it saying that. Latency, the current latency that you have. So this guy here, this body, will then say latency, like that there. Latency, and then we'll have here our current calibration. I think I like that idea. So it would be current C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-E-B-R-A-C-I-O-N. Current calibration, something like that could work as well. Current calibration, like that. I think that can work. And you're so good at using this engine. I can certainly say I had a lot of help figuring out the UI. I had to get help off screen from someone who figured out the UI a lot easier than me. But the good news is that I'm taking the lessons I was taught and I'm able to use them now. So I do appreciate it. And hi, BRB Danny. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hi, and welcome in. My goodness, I tell you, this right here, all of these, I did not invent any of this. I was just taught, and I'm using that knowledge to the best of my memory. Let's see. I like this guy saying current calibration, so let's go back into here. We'll set this guy to say at the very beginning, current calibration, and then we'll say calibration has finished. Calibration has finished. Maybe like that. So we'll say calibration has finished. Something like that. Do you think it'd work? Calibration has ended. Has ended. And then it'll say results, and then it'll say start test and do all of those guys there. So now we just have to set the status of this guy whenever we want to update the panel. And afterwards as well, what we'll want to do is not only do we want to update it, we also want to give it its new, or we don't even have to give it the new calibration. We just grab the current calibration. So that's fine. Yeah, lovely. Okay, well, we'll also grab our button guy here. So button here. We'll then duplicate you there, grab you button for the body. We'll then grab our button. So button start calibration dot text, I think is what you'll have. Let's see, dot text will be dot text here, dot text. Yep, text, right? Yes, dot text. And then lastly is that we need to have our calibration number set. So for this guy here, what we're going to do is we're going to have it say calibration slider. How can we do this? Okay, we'll do this guy here. So we'll go calibration number dot text equals, and then we'll grab the utility dot, and then we'll go ahead and grab the, let's see, get text or get keys name or get latency. There should be like a get latency, I think, latency, or as text, ms is text, ms is string. There we are. And then this guy up here should also be good to go. And then lastly, what we'll do is, let's see, get ms as string, then we have the latency, and that'll do all of those things there. We'll also need to have a place so that when the slider updates, we update that ms. And what we'll have to do here is that since here we're multiplying it, we have to divide it to make it into the input latency. So if we go back into here, what we need to do is on our calibration slider, so on this guy's, let's see, signal here, on the drag started or on changed, so on value changed, we'll grab this guy here, click on connect, we'll then add it into our calibration panel here. So on calibration slider, calibration panel changed, this is where we'll want to update the latency. And what we'll do also for ready is we'll grab the current latency and change it there as well. So let's see, get ms a string. So what we'll want to do here is we'll set the label calibration number dot text equal to, oh, well, it already does it here. Lovely. Never mind then. It already does it in update. We don't need to set it there. Yeah, good. Okay, so on calibration slider value change, we take this value, we divide it by 1,000, and that'll be our latency. So what we can say then is we grab our label calibration number dot text, and we're going to set it to be that guy there. But first what we need to do is we need to set the utility, so utility dot, and then we need to set the input latency, so input offset. And this input offset is going to equal our value divided by, so the value divided by, and then it's going to be utility.ms. There we are, value divided by utility.ms, and then we can change that guy there. I think this is good to go. I think this will work. Let's go ahead now and just see what happens when we load up the game. We haven't done that yet. Usually it's a good idea. Well, not usually. It's a great idea. Can 100% recommend that you do so. Test your thing as you're going along. I decided, or I usually test it in big chunks and then something breaks sometimes. So you use at your own caution. I can definitely say that. Click on play here. With that said, what do we see? And I did read that as well. Lovely. When I click on that guy and we click into calibration, what do we get? We get this guy here. Current calibration, latency set to 0 ms. And I don't like the way those ticks look. Oh, those look pretty bad, truth be told. Can I select your ticks? Will you let me grab you with the grabber possibly? Interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's try enabling the grabber then. If I grab you here, grab you here on value changed, is it because possibly that because it's invisible for the grabber? I didn't like the way the grabber looked, but I'm just curious to see. If we change the grabber, grab the grabber back, you know what? We're gonna make the grabber a different texture. Instead of that guy, we're gonna go for the old skull. Let's see. I have the old space icon here. What if I just, yeah. Okay, you're a little bit big, but the idea is there, the hope at least. You just need to be a little smaller. I wish I could make you smaller. Can I make you smaller, or is that as big as you'll go? You know what? Let's keep it. I'm going to then disable the tick icon. That's the tick icon here, or toggling a checkbox disables resource properties. I see. Yeah, I want to refresh you and then remove that. She's a reverse grabber. Yoink. We'll set that guy there. Set that guy to be there. I think that's fine. Then let's click on play here. Now that I've added the grabber back, what happens now? I see. Hold on. We're gonna have to modify this a little bit. At the very least, we're going to have to make this texture here. Highlight. We also have to do this texture here for disabled. And then do that there. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here and reverse grabber. Oh boy. Let me grab and drag and drop this guy into here. We'll then set this to be like the highlighted color. So I think I can just use this color here. Set you to like a brighter color possibly, or like a offset color. How can we do you? Possibly set you like a gray maybe against the, what color could we use? What color could the skull be that gives us a little bit more clarity? I like the idea of the skull, but the skull doesn't mesh well. What if we made the skull like a green color maybe? I save this guy here, we go back into here. Yeah, something's off here. And oh boy, let me bring you to Sprite super duper quickly so we can figure this out together. So if I bring you into this guy, we go into a new file here. So if I click on new here, new file, and we go into this here, we have this grabber. And right now the grabber, it's a little bit hard to understand what's going on. If we go into black and white, you can also see that the colors are pretty similar, especially if you zoom out. It's kind of visible, but kind of not visible. So I'm thinking if we set our grabber to be like a really bright color, that would definitely help the difference. And from there, I'm thinking that we might just have to change this color entirely to like a different color. Maybe if we set it to like a green. What if we do like a green here for this color if it lets me, or, okay. What if we make like a green there? And that would change the guy to be, it would have to be like a darker green. So maybe we can make the grabber that color. We can also see about adding some more saturation. Ooh, okay. And then if we make it like a limey green, maybe we could do like that color. Does that still feel like it's not quite grabbery? I think so. I think the grabber still feels a little off. I do like the green though. The green does feel nice. That is good to hear. And as well, hold on. I don't think the lines are here in the game when you click on play. I don't believe so, at least. Hold on. Let me just click play on the game and make sure. But I want to change the grabber's look. Something's a little off about it. In calibration here, nope. The grabber is good to go. Lovely. Okay. So we'll go ahead and close this guy here. I think the greens can work. I definitely do think they can work. They also draw attention. What I'll also do, just to make sure that we are looking at the same thing, I'll remove this guy here and I'll remove that guy there, because this is what the grabber should look like. So, is this clear enough to be the grabber? I think it can be. I think it's fine. I just don't know about the color itself. And hi, almighty Tundra. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. And I recently discovered Aseprite is amazing to create custom crosshairs for video games. I made a custom one with the elevation for Sea of Thieves. Oh, that's neat. I'm guessing the elevation, or what is it? I've seen custom crosshairs for different FPS games, for depending on what character you choose. So it's nice to hear that it also exists, or you can use Aseprite for other applications as well. It's always lovely to hear. I'm thinking we use this guy. I'm just not too sure. Crosshairs though, that's a fun topic. Figuring out if a circle crosshair is better, if a crosshair, and a dot crosshair. Let's see here. I think this can work. If we grab these colors, let's modify them a little bit more. For example, if we made the colors darker, maybe then that would give us a better look at everything. So if I just made you darker, yeah, that definitely helps with the contrast. Okay, we up the contrast. This will change the differences between the two. I do think this looks nicer. Oh. What if we go darker? What if we made it something like this? I see. Okay, yeah. What if we made this a super dark green, possibly? Maybe? But that doesn't seem quite right. We grab that color there, and then we were to up it to like a green over here, maybe we could do, and then that could be the green. I think that would work out better for calibration. It feels a little bit too similar to the other, or to the background, but I do like these colors. I think these colors work well for a background. And then we'll also need a color for, hold on, if I grab this guy here, do a new layer here. This guy also needs to be changed for what happens when you have it as selected. So we'll go back into our sprite here. We're going to edit and then adjustments. And I'm thinking what we can do is change it to be, or this is what it looks like when you don't hover it. So when it's not selected yet. So maybe we could either go up or we could go down. I'm thinking having it kind of faded could work a little bit more until you select it. So possibly we could do that color here. Yeah, okay, so now that we have an idea, let's go back into Godot here, and we can just update it now that I have all the colors here at our fingertips. So, to begin, I'll go ahead and grab that green for our brighter color here, select all, copy, so make sure I copy that guy here. Then we can go back into our spellcasting or calibration screen here, and then in our calibration slider, what I can do is first set that highlight color that we have here. So I'll go ahead and set you to that color here, because you should be that color there. And then we have grabber hit area, that's that color there. And then we also have this color here, so let me also set it to that color. And then we also have the darker green color that we looked at a little bit before. So I'll copy you here, select all, copy, copy. We'll grab then our slider by here, and then you guys go there. And then I can go ahead and grab our normal neutral color. And this is where I can't just change the color on screen. I have to automatically or personally adjust it. So I shall, hold on. If I grab, wrong guys here. I grab this color and I also grab this color here. There's two different colors. We'll then set this to be the color of our grabber slider. So save this guy and we'll call it our grabber, let's see, slider, grabber, default, D-F-A-U-L-T, default, slider, grabber, default. I'll save you there. And then I'll also make you here and I'll save you as, let's see, save as, you'll be our slider, grabber, hover. So H-O-V-E-R, hover. There we go. Okay, and then back in here, now we should have a few other guys here. If I go to our slider here, you can see we have a few more guys here. So slider grabber, default, slider grabber, hover. Now we can grab this guy here. Funny enough, wouldn't you say? We'll make sure that this guy here is our default. Then we have here for our hover, so our highlight, and then this is also our hover highlight. So it'll look like this. I do think that'll work out well. We'll then save it, and if we go back into the game, now our grabber highlight cover, it looks like, if we click on you here, then click on you here, we have this guy. Here we go. And I do like this. I think it looks cuter. It looks nicer in my opinion. And when you hover, it also goes brighter. And then you're grabbing it, so as you're grabbing it and changing it to the different ticks, and the hope is that you'll also be able to just do it with the arrow keys as well. So this guy will be able to change depending on which you need. The hope is now that when you start the guy, so when we click on start test here, we'll want it to go ahead and start the test. So we can go ahead and remove on start, press space. Don't even need to do that. Shouldn't even need to do it. The game should be self-explanatory. Hopefully, the more we do this, fingers crossed is the hope at the very least. So let's go ahead and save this guy here. Save this guy. I'll make sure we have a backup, push it to the commit in the GitHub. So I'll save this guy here and say grabber, slider color, slider added. And then we'll go ahead and set this guy to here, commit, and then we'll set it to save and push. And there we are. Okay. So with that said, now that it's saved, so that if we make any mistakes, we will be able to come back to it. Oh boy. What we need to do now is we need to set it so that this start button now is translated to that start button. And hi, Star Power! That's a lovely name. Welcome in the stream, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, and welcome in. Star Power! Let's see here. If we then go back into our start button, what are we seeing? The start button, when we click on it, we get let's see. On start button pressed. Results panel hide. Spellcasting minigame show. Spellcasting minigame enter calibration. Yeah, see about that. We're gonna need to do something a little bit different instead. Instead, it's going to need to look a little off. Our labels 2 and 3. Whomst are you? I have never seen you with my life. Oh, you're old. I see. We don't need... Who needs you? Psh, you can just go ahead and delete you. I've never seen you before in my life. Not one bit. Nope, not at all. Well, then go ahead and remove you here, remove you here, remove you here. Those were debug tools, but I don't think we'll need them. I say, and then I end up needing them at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Hopefully not. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. Now, our instructions, for example, I don't want that. We shouldn't need instructions. So it's something else we should also, too, be able to just remove. This should be self-explanatory. Lastly, let's see, we have the instructions panel here. Do you at all get removed? I don't think so. Our cast on beat. Oh, I know what you are. You're our character here. This character, it moves and it hovers and it does everything as everything's going on. And good news is as well, for this guy at the very least, we also... you know what? Now that I think about it, we can delete a lot of things. I don't know how I feel about it, but we can do it. I'm going to make sure that this guy is set as his own scene, so I'm going to make it its own scene. Let's see here. Access this unique node. Let's see. Make scene root, make scene node. No. We need to make your own scene. Access this unique name. Save branches scene. Here we are. Save branches scene. It's our calibration panel. That way, it exists on its own now anytime we want to use it. And we can also just reset the position here, I believe. Layout, position. Let's change that position, I think. Yeah, save it here. There we go. And now this guy here can exist without anyone else telling it otherwise. And with that said, this is where it might become a problem, but the good news is we have a backup. So if we break and delete everything, it's okay. We're fine. We'll go ahead and delete mostly everything. For example, here, we don't need a results panel anymore because this is our new results panel. I do like the before and after as well. I do think this one feels nicer to look at. It's a small thing, but I think it's a thing that feels different. So we'll go ahead and delete our results panel. Don't need you anymore. We also aren't gonna need our spellcasting minigame, also truth be told. We also won't need our calibration bar here. Don't need you either, delete you as well, because we should just be able to grab our spell casting screen. So the screen we've been working on, the screen we've already made, this guy right here, it has everything that we already need. And now we just need to make sure that we have this guy here show up and then the other guy. So depending on what we show. So really, truth be told, the only things we need to have on the screen are our spell casting screen, our calibration panel, our mini game. Don't even need the mini game. Mini game's old. We need to have our cast on beat. Don't even need to have that guy anymore. Also old. We need to have our start. we do, no, we don't even need to hover start. Delete the start. We don't need you anymore. Goodbye start. And our main menu button, we do need that. That is important. Okay, so with all of that said and done, now what we need to do is I can go and just drag these two guys because these guys are independent. They'll be over there while we're doing things. And with that said, and I need Eris more, haha. What do you mean by that? Do you mean just ha-has in general, or you just want me to laugh uncontrollably? If it's the latter, I don't think I can, a lot of things have been labeled as crazy. I don't think that would be a good way to, or good thing to add onto the board of, hey, here you see, the killer, murderer, neck breaker. I've been called so many awful names that just aren't true. Oh boy, this is what we're working on now. And what we need it to be the case of is that when it starts, we have the game start so everything clears up, and then on all this finalize, this is where we need to change everything. This game over screen exists for when you're playing the default game. We now need to have our calibration panel that we've been working on. So if I go ahead and grab our calibration panel here, this guy right about here, we now have it as its own box. So lastly, what we need to do is that if we are calibrating, we have this guy show up when the calibration ends. If we're not calibrating, then we go for the default. So either we open up our game over screen here, or we open up our calibration panel. So either or will be shown when the game is up. That's all we have to do. And then when start test is added, so we just have to add that button now for the start button. Let's go ahead and do that. That would be very important. We didn't do all that already. So let's go back into here. Go back into here. We just need to have it say start calibration. And I've been here for a couple of minutes. I find just amazing how you're explaining everything. The way you talk reminds me how I do it myself when I'm coding. That's lovely to hear. I always like referring to it as the rubber duck method, where if you explain something aloud, it helps you work through the problem. I find usually that if I'm speaking and I'm talking about what I'm doing, I'm trying to speak through the words, it ends up wording better and Englishing. And yes, many titles such as Giggler of Goblins, Breaker of Necks, Eldritch Overlord, that one's not that bad, Welder of Bobby, also not that bad, Deflator, ha! Hold on now, not again. Oh boy, let me go ahead, and what we need to do is we need to attach a button. So this button start calibration, we need to add a signal. So we'll go ahead, and when the button is pressed, this is when we say, hey, hide me and do everything. She can't even die. Oh, I'm denying it. My laughter is from how ridiculous. It's incredulous, the way you define things. It's so not possible that it's not even worth addressing. Oh boy. After that here, what we can have for our calibration panel is on button start for calibration. We can have it start the calibration. So what we want to happen here is, I think, hopefully, fingers crossed, I think I can just do utility dot, start calibration, enter calibration, something like that. I forget the name. Calibration, start calibration. There we are. Start calibration dot emit. There you go. I think that'll work. I don't know. We'll see. Aside from that, once we start the calibration, we'll also go ahead and hide ourselves. So we should just be able to hide, and everything will be hidden. And that way, when calibration starts, we just hide. And whenever we want to show or hide, we can also do that too. So we'll go ahead and save this guy here. And with all of that said and done now, back to our spellcasting screen here. What we should be left to do is, in our game, so in the, let's see, in our calibration screen, so on this guy here, when it shows up, we first need to have nothing. So this is the path, the plan here, at least, fingers crossed. When you open it up in game, you'll just be met with this, and you'll also be met with this. So this is what you'll see. And then if you click on start test, what it's going to do is it's going to hide these guys, and it's going to show this guy here. You'll play through it, and then upon completion, you'll have that little screen there. The menu button will also pop up. So let's see, can you go up top? Hold on. Inspector, let's make you go up more a little bit. So let's see, accessibility, input, mouse, no. We need visibility. Ordering, there you are. Let's set you to like 2. Okay, maybe 3, 10? Hold on now. Why aren't you on top? Why can't you go more? Z is relative, route Y sort enabled. How can I make you more? Visibility? Yeah. Well, top level. It's not the top level though. Hold on. If I click on play, why aren't you the top level? It's shaded right now in the background areas. And oh, hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot. I deleted you guys, didn't I? Okay, hold on. Let me just there. You're fine. A results panel. Never heard of her. Where did she come from? I don't even know anymore. Let's go ahead and remove that guy there. We'll also do on start pressed results. Oh, this is how they did it. Lovely. Good to go there. On menu press, that's good to go. We also have results text. Calibration ended. Yeah, you're gonna be commented out. We don't need you right now. Probably will need you, but I don't know if we will. So you go out there. With that said, now click on play and let's see if this works. Also, what did I copy? I see. I copied the on start pressed. Let me just in case we need it. Back to here, and then on button pressed. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna need you. I'm just gonna leave you there for now. Let's click on play, and then let's see how well this goes. Click on play, click on you here. Oh, You don't say. Oh boy. Well, the good news is that this test your own songs, it's above. So why does that button go above, but the main menu one doesn't? Also, why is there a debugger here? Node not found. Oh yeah, you don't need that either. You're good on that one. Don't even remember it. It's not worth even remembering. On main menu button pressed. Yeah, we're also going to just do, I believe, utility dot exit calibration exit. I think exit calibration is fine, possibly. Yeah, you should be fine. The calibration will end. So utility dot. What do we do? Main menu. You are your own main menu, I believe. Hold on, there should be a main menu button that I already have. You here, you good sir, you exist already. You should have your own signal that does swap to menu. Yeah, okay, hold on. Why do you exist then? Can't I just do this? And then can't I just grab our main menu guy here, so our main menu button here, and go back to our calibration screen and just delete you? Like, why are you there? And then grab you here, put you down, and then we just need you to be as big and as top as we can make you, but it's not working for some unfortunate reason. Why? If I go to our cafe here, no. If we go to the home screen, back on our home screen, why is it the case that our test your own songs button is on top? You, how do I get to you? You exist where? Our main menu background, main menu screen. We have our home screen here. We have our advanced sprite. Oh, that's why you exist. I forgot about you. I was talking about this earlier. This is a debug tool I made to check and see if all of the sprites for each of everything that exists in the game, I have a sample of each of them here so that the game can run a test to make sure, does this sprite exist? So does this food combination exist? For example, if I click on play here, if it doesn't give me any bugs or errors, I can show you the debug tool I made. If I slide up here, you can see all flavors have been added. All possible dishes have been added. So this is just a way for me to keep in mind what goes where, because there's going to be 47 copies, and somewhere along the line, I'm sure I'm going to forget. And shaking my head, you can't just ask something why they exist. What do you mean, Mudafi? And welcome to the stream as well. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. Oh boy, it's okay. I mean, it's not like it's a bad question. Who's ever been harmed by creativity or curiosity? There we are. Who's ever been harmed by curiosity? Surely not you, right? Let's go ahead and slide this guy down here. I want to know, who are you? You are our levels menu, okay? And I'm guessing the levels menu because you're on the layer 1. Possibly, is that it? If we go into our levels menu here, that's test your own songs. That's our main menu button. I don't think you're there, and it was fun to listen to. Oh, what part do you mean? Let's see, go back to here. I'm wondering, I hide you, I show you, so you here are main menu screen. Ah, yeah, that makes sense, main menu screen. And cats can get hurt by curiosity. Fair point. Curiosity killed the cat. That is the saying, isn't it? That's why they get 9 lives, though. They get a little bit of forgiveness. And welcome in the stream as well, Ronnie. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. I hope your day's been wonderful. Let's see here. Our guy here, and then you here, and our test your own button. You work. Yes, you work. But why do you work? Why do you allow us? So that they have 9 lives so they can take it. Oh boy, and curiosity hurts me all the time. I've Googled things I never can on Google. I see, yeah. That's what you call a skill difference. Let's see, if I click on you here in hydration, sure can do.
Cat sat on keyboard just redeemed hydrate.
Hydration has been achieved. Thank you for that one. I'm wondering, why does this guy get a pass, huh? Why do you get to go on top and everything else is on the bottom? We have Z as relative. The Z index, oh, you can't see. Hold on, let me just, there we go. You can see it a little bit more. Yeah, there we are. You can see Z index is set to 0, and then we have Z as relative. So these guys, they're there, right? And then our main menu button, it's also there in our spellcasting calibration screen, but it's beneath. And I'm wondering, why are you beneath everything? I thought it was due to, let's see, ordering here. Yep, that's 0 and that's on. And if I move this guy, for example, to up here, it doesn't change anything. So it's not like the order of operation up here is wrong. It's something else that's wrong. And let me go ahead and slide myself back over so that we're all on the same page here. So with that said, I'm wondering, visibility. There is show behind parent. There's also top level here. And I tried enabling top level. That also didn't work. I also have here Z sort as Y index, Z as relative, Z index. None of that changes it to make it on top, which is why I'm a little confused. Just a smidge, you know, just partially why this main menu. It then makes me think maybe we have to have it on its own canvas layer or something like that. That just feels weird. That's the only thing I can think of right now, at least. So if we, for example, here have our canvas layer and then we put it underneath, well, at least it solved it. I don't like it, but it worked. So you know what? Fine. Is there a process we have to worry about? Mode, inherent, physics, any of you there? Layer 1, visible, transform. I think you're fine. I think you're good now, which is good. That's fine. We'll just call you then our, well, no, we're gonna need a few things, aren't we? We'll just, for now, I think, put you, let's see, you would go, where are you at? Show you. There you go. We want to make sure you're in the center of the screen. So can I just make you the center? Does this work? Can I just center you? There we go. You go to the center. You would then go about top right of the screen. So about there, but that's a little bit too much. So can we move you down a little bit? Like, yeah, you'll be fine there. Okay, so when we enter in the calibration, we can make sure to also hide this guy here. This is what we should see when we start it up. So on our calibration screen, on our enable, we have show, and on our disable, we have hide. And then on our ready, we also have everything else. So what we'll do is we will grab our main menu here, access this unique name. We'll make sure that you go and skulls. We don't even have skulls anymore. Wow, that's so old. Let's see. Slide you over here, holding down control so that they get their own guys. Holding down control again to grab both of them here. We'll then make sure our main menu here is set to show and the main menu is set to hide. So we'll go ahead and do main menu.show. So .show here, show main menu.show. And then we'll also do main menu.hide. So main menu.hide, hide here. There we are. And then as well for that, we're also going to do our calibration panel.hide, so calibration panel.hide. And then we're also going to do calibration panel.show. So .show here, .show. There we go. And with that said, next up, what we need to do is on calibration ended. That's where we can get into the results of these guys here. This is where we would still have to keep everything else hidden. So I think it's okay. On calibration ended, all we have to do is just make sure that our main menu shows back up. So main menu.show. Because we want the player to be able to access the main menu, but if the calibration starts, so on calibration start, then the main menu guy goes away. So let's set that up. So utility dot spellcasting started dot connect. We also want to do hide menu. So I think this will work if I just do main menu dot hide. I think this is possible. That there, spellcasting started main menu dot hide, because it's a function. I think that works. And now the hope is that when you enter in the game, or when you start it up, everything's hidden until you click on the buttons. So truth be told, we should also just hide these guys by default, but I'm gonna do it here. I think it's easier to do here. So we'll go ahead and make sure that this guy here on ready is disabled. That way we don't have to do anything. So when I click on play here, and what? Did you just use my own phrase against me? Which one do you mean? Which one? Oh boy. Now we are in the game and it's not having the guys in the background. When I click calibration, we expect to see the main menu in the top and the calibration guy in the center of the screen. We do not. We don't see our main or calibration panel. Why is that? On enable, oh, it would appear to be the case that something's, okay, now let's try it, shall we? Oh boy, now if we click on play here and we click on you here, there we go. Something like that I think works out well. Then when you click on start, it does a few funny things. Once start has been done, then we need to hide everything. So let's see, on calibration start, you would actually have to hide the panel and the main menu. So hold on here, on calibration ended, we need to do on calibration or spellcasting started. So on spellcasting started, we do main menu.hide. We also need to do calibration.hide. So, how can we do this? Let's do on calibration started, main menu.hide. We would hide both of them, truth be told. So let's do a function for hide default menu, hide default, that's not emenu, hide default menu, hide default menu, and then we'll go ahead and set you to this guy here. We'll do a little arrow for our void. That guy goes there, and that way we can just make sure to do hide here, hide, there we go. And your calibration menu will also be hide. So anytime we cast that guy, it'll be hide. There we are. And that way we can just do on disable here, that these both guys get hidden. So hide default menu, you're both hidden. On calibration or on spellcasting started, you also get hidden. And then when calibration ends, we go ahead and set the main menu to here. So main menu gets to show, nothing else gets to show. And on enable, we show both of them. I think that works out well. With that said, I'm actually going to slide this guy up to here since we use hum below. And with that said, I think we're good to go. We have disable, we have hide, we have all of those guys good to go. So now that that's all said and done, I'm also going to make this guy a little bit bigger, I think. So let's go into scale here, set that to be a little bit bigger. So scale, yeah, big. And we'll put you in the center of the screen. I don't know how. Apparently that's your center. That doesn't feel right. So I'm just gonna, close enough, right? It's just who's gonna know that it's off by a few pixels? We'll go ahead and save this guy then and go back to here. And with that said, now it just needs to be the case. Now that on spellcasting started, all of those guys are good to go. So let's go to our spellcasting screen now. On spellcasting started, so once it's emitted, so back to this guy here, spellcasting screen. Once this guy is good to go on spellcasting started, we have a few things going on. I believe on spellcasting started, so let's see, on calibration, there should be one for, let's see, clear, show spellcasting screen, you there, you there, you there, you there, you there, casting finished, casting entered, create speech, text, all of you guys there. I think we might need you here. Game over. There should be one for calibration. That's what I'm not too sure about. So let's see. On our main menu, calibration menu, calibration ended. Do we have one for here? On start calibration, let's see. Spellcasting screen, that exists. So let's go ahead and just start off slowly. Let's go back to our calibration panel here. Let's click on you here. And then let's go ahead and just have this guy on start button pressed. We want to start calibration.emit. We also want to do this guy here. So show spellcasting screen.connect. So .emit is what's going to be. Emit. I think that'll work, possibly. Let's see. Our calibration panel then gets hidden, which is true. It should get hidden. And then let's just see where this takes us. What road does this leave us to, or what path do we go on to? So I go back in here, I go back into calibration. We click on start. Interesting. So on start, we need this guy to hide. I thought I did hide it, is the thing. On button pressed, I have here hide, but for some reason, it's not hiding. If I had to guess, I'm going to guess it's because we modify it outside on our calibration screen, or yeah, on our calibration screen, on calibration start, or some of these guys here on calibration spellcasting started hide default menu, we have here, you hide. So why is it the case? Oh, you know what? I think I know why. In our spellcasting minigame here, this guy here, no, not you. You here, yeah, there we are. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to check to see when we start spellcasting, or whichever one is the case, that guy is the one that appears. We can do that in a little bit. For now, let's just start off with having it hidden. So what I'll do is upon doing our ready, we'll make sure to do in our spellcasting screen here an underscore for reset, because reset's fine. It does its own thing that it needs to do. And with that said, on reset, we're also going to hide our progress bar, our calibration bar. We're also going to hide our calibration panel. So calibration panel, it's not been added. Hold on, access is unique name. Slide on the way back up here. We'll add it down here. This needs to be cleaned up a little bit. That's fine though. For now, we'll grab our calibration panel. Where do we use our game over screen add? You can see here we have game over.hide. We're gonna remove that there because it'll go into our reset here, I believe. Hold on. What happens in our reset, actually? Game over screen, let's show game over screen. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be A-okay. And on the continue button pressed, yep, that should be A-okay and good to go. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead then, calibration panel here. Let's go back up to our reset here. So on our reset here. we'll make sure that we hide game over screen, which it already does. So game over screen.hide will also hide here. So grab that guy here, game over screen hide. We're also going to hide our calibration or hide our calibration. So calibration panel.hide will also go here too. There we are. Calibration panel.hide. That way they're both hidden. And then when the game ends, so whether it be because of the calibration or be something else, this is where we can hide or show that said panel, and it'll automatically, hopefully, loop back to itself. So in this case, what we'll say is on spellcasting finish. So let's see, we have you here, spellcasting finish. Is there like a finish, the finished end, any of that? End here on continue button, On continue button will hide everything, reset everything. So I think we'll be fine there. We have show calibration guy here, show calibration end screen. I see. And where do we use the U at? We don't use you anymore. You're old. Let's see, show calibration end screen, calibration bar.hide, progress bar.hide. Yeah, okay. And show game over screen. I see. Show calibration end screen. I wonder how old you are. Calibration bar gets hidden, our progress bar gets hidden, and then we also need to do here our calibration panel.show. So calibration panel.show, like that there, and then that there. So the calibration panel gets shown. But that said, what we need to do is on continue button pressed, any of those guys good to go, create speech text on reset. We need to bring this guy up when calibration or casting finished. Yeah, on casting finished, we show the game over screen. What we need to do is on calibration finished, then we need to do a few other things. So let's see, I should have a guy that does it. So utility dot, and then calibration finished. So on calibration ended, and then let's go ahead and connect here, and we'll connect it now to to you. Well, where'd you go? You there. Ah, here we are. So calibration end screen. I think that'll work. Maybe, maybe not. Also, did I see a pass? What are you doing there? That makes no sense. I'll also put that there. Okay, let's go all the way back up to here. Set you to this guy here. And I believe if my calculations are correct, which they're most likely not, but I'm gonna hope with wishes and dreams anyway. Click on play. Let's see how well it works. I'll click new there. We go back into our main menu here. Then we have our calibration here, which is good. It makes sense. Also, good news is, or what it should also be the case of, is I can ramp up our calibration here, go back to the main menu, go back into here, move this guy down. Should be good to go there. We're probably going to need a reset button. Maybe that could work. And decisions were calculated, but boy, is she bad at math. Well, listen here now. I like multiplying and dividing, but I don't like fractions. I don't like decimals. And there's certain math. I like solving for X. That's pretty fun. But don't bring out the graph paper unless it's for a good time. That's the only time it would be appropriate. Let's see. Go back into calibration here. You can start at 0, and that's why I'm thinking maybe we just have a reset button possibly here to show yeah, you want to reset it? We can definitely reset it. I think that would be a good idea, at least. That way it can go back to the center, or should we just not do that? And that's an option too. That's certainly an option. But here, let's see if it does end up working out. I'm going to mute our music. So this guy gets muted. This guy gets played then. Now you hear the game music. It is the moment of truth. Let's click on start. Okay. Wait, play, wait, play. So something to notice is that the bar isn't showing up. We do need that to happen. So if we go back to our screen super duper quickly, that's a pretty easy fix, I say, knock on wood. Let's see. In our spellcasting screen here, what we need to do is enable our calibration bar. So on our casting entered, on our calibration entered, let's see, casting entered, clear, restart, on calibration entered is what we're looking for. So process, you there, create speech, update speech bubble. We need to have like a calibration entered, which is we're not sure I'm seeing. On continue button pressed, I don't see that. So it's okay. Let's go ahead and add it. So utility dot, calibration entered, start calibration, interesting enough. On start calibration, I think this will be fine, unless it's like something else. On start calibration, we want to go ahead and also enable our calibration bar. So calibration bar dot visible dot show is what we want to put here. Dot show. And let me just double check. Yep, we're good. So click on play now. And hi, Jaxus. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I'm back. Hi, Eris. What part of the tutorial you're working on right now? Right now, we are working on the calibration part of the calibration. Yes, indeed. That makes sense,
the
doesn't it?
underscore Whitechapel
oh boy,
just
let me
redeemed
go ahead
hydrate.
And show you. And thank you for the redeem, Chapel. Thank you. Hydration shall be done then. Done. Thank you for that one. Let me go ahead and show you. Let me show you the overall goals. We won't be able to do them today, but the calibration plan as a whole. Right now, the tutorial is set to be, hey, use your arrow keys and move behind the desk. After that, it should be hold down Q to press the button. Once you hold down Q, you need to enter into the calibration. The calibration menu is where we're struggling at a little bit right now. So we are updating the calibration menu as a whole. So this is what it used to look like. Yes, yes. And let me show you what it looks like now currently. As I quite like the way it's coming along. Ah! Take a look at that. Isn't that neat? And that makes total sense. Thanks. I hope it does at least a little bit. Now there's a little bar here that'll also let you manually change the calibration. So if you don't like the number you get, it'll also allow you to change it right there. And when you click this button, it should also bring you into the calibration screen itself. So if we click on Start Test now, the menu pops up. Wait, hit, wait, hit. Does it work right off the bat? Hit. Let's just, no, it does not work. Interesting. And why is that the case? Non-existent function disable spell casting options. Huh? Hold on, let me just click on the music there. I think I know the issue for this one. Just maybe, possibly, just on a chance here. I'm gonna take a wild guess, and that was all according to plan, right? What just happened? Good question. Let me well, to explain it a little bit, what happened there, it was a crash. It was a crash we were dealing with at the beginning of stream, where if I just very quickly do a show, let me bring you into this guy here. This will make it a little bit easier. I cannot bring you into that screen. I take it all back. You saw nothing. Something else broke. And oh, that was a great keyboard sound effects. Thank you. I recorded it myself. I held my keyboard up to the screen and had it do a little click clack, since I do like the sounds of mechanical keyboards, and I saw everything. No, you didn't. Close your eyes. Look away. Let's see here. Why is this angry? Calibration panel.hide. Spellcasting screen. Calibration panel.hide. Oh, hold on. If I just access his unique name right there, and then we just click on play again, are we good to go now? Or hold on, is it because we also didn't, let's see, calibration panel, you do exist. Okay. But I like looking at stuff. You gotta look at the right stuff though. You can't just look at everything. That's how you poison the mind. All right, we are in the game properly. That's good. Okay, so the issue we're running into is we're dealing with state machines, and somewhere along the way, we delete the old state, and that's why we get the crash. What you can see at the bottom, in the purple box, if I click on this guy, it should be easier to see. And ads incoming, my goodness, already. We'll have about 1 more hour. What you'll see is that right now we're in the cafe state, and we can go into the spellcasting state. So when I bring you into the game up here, when I hold down Q, we then go into the spellcasting state, and then we go, and our exit state is the cafe. So when we complete the spellcasting, it should bring us back into the game, which it does. You can see spellcasting and cafe. That is the expected result. Another thing we spent some time doing is making sure that if the game does restart because you failed the calibration, I wanted it to be the case that it doesn't break. So now, when you miss enough, it restarts, but it doesn't break the game. So we don't get any nulls here for the options menu or the game state spellcasting. So if we miss enough, if we miss 3 in a row, you'll see it restarts, it works fine, it works great. And now if we go back into the menu here, so if I go ahead and restart here, I don't think I'll be able to bring you into the menu since I can't click on the menu when the thing's covered. So let me click on this guy here. I have not figured out how to do it yet. That's not good. If I click back into here, now, on the game itself, if I go ahead and, let's see, go into our calibration guy here, if I then show the debug, let's see, show debug, let's see, debug screen, I think that's the one. Hold on, it needs to be true. There you go, TRUE. There we go, But why are you angry? Has been set to true. Oh, we don't have a debug screen here, do we? Hold your horses, I can get that easily. Let's go back into our home screen then. This home screen guy right here, let's add a debug screen super duper quickly. Debug screen, debug screen. I don't think this will break anything. It might though, we'll see. Let's go ahead and click on play then. Does it break and I'm back? Still can't sleep? Oh, that's no good. I do hope you're able to get some rest soon enough. That's truly, yes. Sleep's important, if I can say as much. Very important. So welcome back in, but hopefully your sleep will soon take you before you can disagree. If we click on start now here, it's not being set, but the hope is that once this guy ends, so like with the game, it should also exit out, but it does not, which is what we are trying to figure out the issue to. And what is sleep? Oh boy, a mystical, magical thing that only happens once a year. Let's see. I'm wondering then, for this guy at least, this exit, this show, all of this guy here is game spell casting. What I'm thinking is, instead for here, what we'll say is that if the game is in menus, I think that's a good medium. We do here, if you're in the menus, then you don't exit, you don't enter, don't do any of that. So we'll go ahead and say then, because this guy here, yeah, non-existent. I'm thinking maybe we can just do a spellcasting screen enabled if not, or if in menu, so if utility dot in menu, so if in menu, in underscore menu, something like that, is in menu, then we return. So if in menu, return once a year, said the Nappinger. Oh yeah, the thing is, recently, I've been trying my best to get better at taking cat naps. Initially, it was for 1 hour, but I think I've been able to narrow it down to like 30 to 45 minutes. I think the optimal amount of time is 20 minutes, but it has been shown at least that cat naps can help you. So I'm hoping eventually I'll be able to get into a rhythm of if I what's it called? If I am currently, or once after stream ends, so once after 5 o'clock, I can then like take a 20-30 minute nap, and then I can stay awake until 2 a.m., which is when I do sleep, and then I wake up at 11. So it's a sleep cycle, and my nap lasts at the minimum of 27 days. Oh boy. Let's click on this guy here. Let's go back into here. And now if I click on all of you guys here, we still get an angry sign. Why are you angry? Why mad, huh? Why is mad? Let's see, pause screen here, disable spellcasting options, yes, but you should be in menu. If not, utility is in menu. Oh, hold on, let's just hold on, there we go, and then let's do some of those, there we go. And now you can do it. I agree as well, Slave, I think you can do it 100%. Let's click on calibration here. Let's see if we get the arrow screen if we spam. We don't, look at that. Okay, and when we finish is the thing though. That's, yeah, this is working. This is definitely working. Let's go and restart. Now we're back in the game. When we finish calibration, we now want that screen to pop up to allow us to do it again. So I'm just spamming through the calibration. And when we finish it, it opens and it closes, which is what we don't want. So we need to figure out why that's the case. I'm wondering, if I click on play here, what happens when we try to pause it during the casting? I know I disabled other things in the menu, but if we click on start here, enter, stop. Yeah, you can't leave. That's the thing. Nowhere can you leave. That's good. We just need to make it so that there's an end screen before you hide. That's the next objective. So let me go ahead and set this guy here to be a good break point so that if something breaks, we'll be able to come back to it. Break point here. There we are. And click on commit, click on push. Good to go. Lovely, lovely. And with all of that said and done, now we just need to make it so that when the game ends, so on casting finished, which is going to be, let's see, utility on casting finish, on game end equals true. Yeah, that's true. But we also want it to not hide the menu. That's the thing. And our menu is this guy, not that guy. Let's see. We can also remove the debug screen. It's not needed. We're good to go there. Our spellcasting minigame. Nope. Spellcasting screen. Aha! If we are ending, so on end, let's see, on reset, on create speech bubble, on update there, show calibration, show game over screen, on continue, on enable, disable, reset, hide. Yeah, okay. Where do we do on end? We have show, we have clear, we have hide, we have restart, we have update, assign, set, calibration ended. We also have here calibration entered and start calibration, show calibration end screen. Yeah, if I do here show, like that, does that fix it? Let's see. And oh, right, ad break, right. My goodness, I completely forgot that was doing a thing, wasn't it? Hold on, let me see if I can click it because I know, oh no, we're already on it. Good to know. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to grab tissues. I keep forgetting to grab a whole tissue box. So I'll be right back. Let me see if I can find them super duper quickly. Let's see. I'm back. Got tissue, got sanitizer. We are all in the clear to go. And we have about 52 seconds left of ad break. So let me get the last of my tea here, unfortunately. I truly do enjoy the red tea. I think it's mainly pomegranate, but it's such a good combination. And tea has been consumed. It has indeed. It's tasty and delicious. So I'm enjoying myself indeed. Let's see. With that said, once we complete calibration, I don't think we'll have too much of an issue completing the other stuff I say in a knock on wood, and tasty. Indeed. Oh boy. That I say as well. A terrible one there. Let me get a little bit more water, and you should do a tea tier list. Well, the thing is, I am my flavors and my preferences are so thin that barely anything would be middle ground, and there would only be S tier and D tier, and mostly everything would go in D tier. Unfortunately, I think I only really enjoy the red teas. Black tea's okay. Chai as well is good, and then there's also chamomile, but peppermint, nah, no, definitely not. Let me get water, and then we'll get back into things. Water has also been consumed. But that said, welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue? And that was a fast tea tier list. Thanks. I've been told I'm pretty good well known for my speed. Let's see if this works. Now, if we try to do our calibration guy, this guy should. It does not. It closes it. Spellcasting minigame has ended. Maybe it has to do with here then. Casting finished, emit. Yes, indeed. Okay, well, start here, close it, start it again. See if it is the case. And I assume you only drink grape Kool-Aid? Oh, grape of all things. Nah, I'm more of a blue raspberry fan. That's definitely a lot tastier. Cherry's also when it comes to cherry flavors and most things, I don't like it. Cherry's a weird flavor. Let's see, calibration here, you here? Let's go ahead and skip all of you here. Okay, so it seems to be the case that in the game, this screen is still enabled. It hasn't been hidden yet. Let's go ahead and follow this thread here and see where it lands us, or see where it leads us. There we are. And welcome into stream as well to Jack. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've had a lovely day so far, or morning, or afternoon, or whatever time zone is time zoning. I hope you feel the sentiment. We'll go ahead here and let's see about casting finished entered. Step into, we first do our calibration bar, we reset it. We then hide the progress bar, show game over screen. I see. Okay, what we need to do then is go back to that breakpoint that we had. So you here, yep, you here. Hold your horses here. Where are we at with breakpoints? Breakpoint, I select you, I choose you. Go back to this one here. On end game, what we can say is casting finished. I want to say something like if it is a tutorial, or if it's not tutorial, if it's calibration. And thank you, an afternoon for me. Well, I say I hope you have a lovely afternoon. Or, oh, you've had a lovely afternoon so far. It's afternoon for me too. It's 4 o'clock right now. Let's see. I'm wondering, casting finished. Where do we use you at, kind sir? We use you on game end, show game over screen. Yeah, on game end, show game over screen. Connect here for our calibration guy here. We also reset. We do it in a few other places. We emit it here, and I think this guy is the guy that we need to pay attention to. On casting finish, we print some grades out here. We have spell points and ID. Interesting. We have set score on you there. We have connect there for casting finish. We also have you here for cast finished. Interesting. Okay, so what we need to do here instead is have like an on game end or something else. I think would be better for our casting finish because it works out a little bit differently. So let's see. On casting finished, we instead need to do is we need to see if it is a calibration or not. So what I'm thinking is in our mini game here, when we end, we know that our reset goes here. So what I'm going to do is go here, and then we're going to say, hold on, let's see, calibration, exit calibration. Where do we do exit calibration at? We do it here for our calculate automatic, calibrating equals false. Yeah, okay. So we exit calibration, and then after exiting calibration, we go ahead and end the game. And after ending the game, we go ahead and do casting finish emit. I see. Okay, well then, what we can say then, I'm thinking, is casting finished, exit calibration, end emit. Yeah, okay. I want to do some sort of calibration here, somewhere. I just don't know where. Because right now we're ending the game twice. That's why it's flickering. So we just need to say, hey, if it's calibrating, then do so-and-so. But I'm just not sure about that, guys. So I don't know if I need to set a variable here for calibration has ended and set it to like true. And I think that might work better in our favor. So for example, here what I'm thinking is like a var called CALIBRATION_END ended and set it to a false and or bool first, set it to a bool and equal it to false. And then on our ready here, or not on our ready, when we enter in calibration, we set it to calibration ended equals true. Yeah, we'll set it to true here. And then if it is false, or how can we say this? Because we're calibrating, and then if have calibration results. I think that's a good way to say it. If you have the calibration results, then do calibration. So let's see. Has results. Has _CALIBRATION_RESULTS. If we have the calibration results, then we go ahead and do calibration ending emit instead. I like that one a little bit better. We'll set this bool equal to true, or no, false. It should be set to false by default. And then what we'll say is, in our guy here, when we start our calibration, so on calibration start, we'll have all of these guys here. When we set our calibration to all of these guys here, we say in-game, we also say has calibration results, set it to true, like that there. And then on our calibration end game, because this is where it really matters, what we'll say then is on our casting finish. Ooh, how can we do this? On casting finished, we need to have a way to say something. I'm wondering, on our casting finished, if we can possibly, let's see here, the little shaking, how adorable. I'm going to say here, calibrated, casting finished has calibration results. We'll set this to a bool, we'll set it equal to false by default. So has calibration results equal to false, or maybe signal parameters cannot have default. I see, I forgot about that. Okay, we'll just set that to there. And then after that, cannot parse singleton, you're fine. We'll do utility back to where we were, I believe, in our spellcasting minigame here. Yeah, and then we'll just do this guy here. So if we have the calibration results, if this guy is true, we'll then do the Control-Shift-F here, undo this guy here, fine, and that's a lot of signals. You don't say! Oh boy. We'll then go for this connect, we'll have on game end here, so on game end, where are you at here? So on game end here, we'll then have a bool here for bool, we'll set you to a bool, just to says has casting results, we'll set it to a bool, and then that'll just be whatever it is. We don't need that, I'm just setting it here so that it's not angry. Let's see, have you there, have you then here, so show game over screen, we can also do that here. Then we also have it here for our connect and then reset, and on our reset, we'll also have this guy here, and then on that guy. So now for our show game over screen, I do say, oh boy, for our show game over screen now, what we can say is, if we have, if has calibration results, should that be has? If have calibration results, if not have, if have, if has, if not has, I has cookie, I has cake. I think it should be have. So we're gonna Control-Shift-F and find and replace it with, let's see, Control-Shift-F. Find whole word match case, and hi Sonic Edits, welcome to the stream edits. There we are, welcome in and welcome back. And I might remember I just changed my name profile. I do remember indeedy. I believe your name started with an H, though I can't quite remember the details. I think it maybe was Hyper, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go here to replace, and then we can go into here, and we're going to replace this has calibration with a have. I think if have, if, that just sounds weird. What could it be instead? If have calibration results, if has calibration results, if collected calibration results. I like that better. I like that a lot better. If collected calibration results. I think we do that there. So let's see, Control-Shift-F here. I want to find, and then I want to replace, so grab you all of here, find, and then replace you there. And I want to replace it with if collected calibration results. So COLLECTED. If you collected the calibration results, replace all of those guys there, reload, there we go. There we go. Okay, so if you collected the calibration results, so if collected calibration results, we do thing and then we return. Otherwise, we're going to do show calibration. So show game over screen and then return. Otherwise, we do that there. And I think that works out a lot better. Now what we can say is spellcasting screen. Now we can go back to our calibration guy here. So Go back to the mini game now, and after casting finished emit collected calibration results, we can go ahead and have this equal false, because we no longer did. And with that said, let's go ahead and click on play, and I think this will work now. Fingers crossed, I'm not too sure, but I'm hoping for the best. So calibration here, we go back to you here. Hold on, we already have a debugger. Hold your horses. What do you want? Huh? What do you want? Spellcasting started, spellcasting minigame, error called spellcasting, method, arguments, spellcasting started, Start spellcasting minigame, error calling from signal to callable, texture progress calibration bar, GD, expected 1 argument, but got 0. I'm not sure what you mean. Let's see, calibration bar, that would be, you here? Is something here that you're angry with? Calibration finished, spellcasting, casting finished. Casting finished should have that guy there, so I'm not too sure what it means. Error calling from signal, spellcasting started to callable. Spellcasting started. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I see. Okay, what we need to do here, I believe, is we need to set this guy to, reset. Let's see. How can we do this? Reset happens because of calibration, but that also happens because of that. What it's angry about is that spellcasting started doesn't have this in it, the callable. So because this guy doesn't have the callable in it, it's getting angry because it's thinking to itself, why do I need that? I'm wondering, what if we just set this to false? Does that fix it possibly if I click on play then? Does that clear it up since it's a default value and that way it doesn't have to worry about any of that? If I click on start, it does, it fixed it. Okay, so now that we're in here, let's go ahead and spam it. And we should hopefully now get lovely. Okay, and now lastly, we need to hide the minigame here. And that's in good skills. Thank you. Oh boy, I do believe half of deving is figuring out your own issues. Once this game ends, we need to hide this guy. That is certain. So let's go back into our guy here. And hi, boss. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And thank you for the raid. Thank you. What were you up to? Let me go ahead and do here slash shout out slash SHOUTOUT slash shout out and then at boss here. Let me give you a preview to people who are coming in on what I've been doing. Hello, I am Mara Cesar. I've been making a game for a little bit around 2 years now. It's the second game I've ever made. The only game I'm ever going to, or not, I hope I rephrase that. I have, the first game I made was in 24 hours and I put it up on itch. The hope of this game is to be released later on Steam. It is a rhythm typing cafe game. If I click into here, I can show you the game. Here is the cafe. You play as a little necromancer here who's all about trying to you're in this magical wizard academy, but you're sent here to become a necromancer, but you don't want to become a necromancer. You want to become a baker, chef. So you open up a little hidden cafe in a part of the school. If I go ahead and spawn a customer here, let's go ahead and serve them. So if I can type correctly, we spawn a customer in here, customers will arrive, and then they'll read their book. Once they read their book, then you'll have to take their order and serve them. And in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to do rhythm typing, you have to type to the beat. You have to type out poems. So once this customer has figured out what they want their order to be, let's go ahead and take their order. Once the order's been taken, I can open up the menu here and you'll see that they want a few things. In this world, magic is done in different ways. You'll see here that I'm in purple, for I am a necromancer, and each flavor is associated with different wizards. So for example, as you go along the game, you'll unlock pyromancer, so your fire wizards will have the flavor of spicy, and these attributes affect how the spells and the rhythm game works. And what if I want to get the bad ending and send her back to college for necromancy? There are only good endings here, only happy endings, and Ghost Manager, that poor soul, no respect in life, no respect in the afterlife. Ghost Manager's doing his best. He just, I do think I might have to add like a bull case to say, hey, if no ghosts are going to spawn in this level, don't loop. Maybe something like that. That way we can at least give it a break, its poor soul. And here what you'll see is that there's pink and purple, so each wizard has a different color. Our pyromancers, for example, will have the color of orange or yellow. And as I flick under here, you'll see that they'll also have different profiles and everything. And for necromancers, any flavor or any spell combination that has the flavor of bitter, they'll have fancy instruments. And if I click on here, you'll see that anything that has the flavor of sweet will have easy songs. And these are from our healer wizards, or our many-mancers. This wizard, for example, wants something sweet, bitter, and they want cake, since that is that icon. So let's see if we can do it. Their timer's going low. We'll go ahead and sweet bitter cake. That's everything. So you'll grab ingredients from off of this board here. You'll then hold down Q, and let's see how well I can do it my own game. Let's see. A B-E-W-A-R-E space T, and then H-E space M Y space S-O N space THE space JAWS space, okay, THA, T space B, ITE, comma space T, HE space CLA, W, and then one more, which is S. Let's see, and we get S. There we are. And that's broken. That's from this game, I think. And oh, I think I'm stuck. I think I locked myself in. Just imagine that cake in the background that's hovering. You would serve it to the customer. Right now, the screen's broken because it's what we're working on. But hopefully that gives you a taste of what the game's about. And if I go ahead as well and do exclamation NECROTYPE, you can play the prototype that's up on itch at this moment. We're currently working on a release for the end of the month so that the tutorial and the new UI updates. And that was pretty cool. Thank you, thank you. A little bit broken at the moment, but I do hope you get the idea of it at the very least. And looking away so the bug never happened. Exactly. What bug? I don't know what you're talking about. You must be crazy. I was crazy. Let me click on play here. And what I was trying to do is, let's see. Well, I did do it, didn't I? We needed to hide that circle. So we needed to hide the minigame once the minigame ended. So that little circle here, that's the minigame of the rhythm typing portion. So we just need to hide this guy when we finish the game. So on our spellcasting screen, this guy here, on collected, let's see, show calibration and results. Yes, that's true. We need to hide the progress bar. We need to hide the game over screen dot show. No, we can hide all of these guys here. Complete spell button, spellcasting minigame dot hide. We can hide these guys by default. So I'll go ahead and just do this guy here. We hide the calibration bar. We hide the progress bar. We hide the game over screen show. That's true as well if that is the other guy. So complete spell button, grab focus. That's all good to go. So if we collect calibration results, I believe now when we do the calibration, it should now have the screen pop up. Let's see if it works. We shouldn't see that little white circle appear in the background. So if I click on start here and I click on boom, there we go. That's good. And now with that done, oh, also as well, I need to hide the scorekeeper too, because for some reason the scorekeeper's showing up. So scorekeeper.hide. There you go. Scorekeeper.hide. That was the bar in the background that you saw. We don't need the scorekeeper. It's good to be hidden. So I'll click on you here, click on you here, and click on you here. There we are. So we're in the game. You click on space to whatever is actually happening. And now the hope is you can click on main menu. It'll bring you out of the game. So once main menu is clicked, this is where we need to hide things. We need to exit out of it. So let's modify this a little bit here. On main menu clicked, I think having some sort of signal and then maybe refreshing or something of the sorts. I think that's a good idea. So what we'll do is we'll have for our main menu button here. So this guy here, we'll grab this guy here. We'll have utility.swap to menu, main menu. And I think what we can say is on that guy there, on emitted, the swap to main menu, new menu, we'll grab our spellcasting, let's see, calibration screen here, and then do you here. And we'll have a function for if you go into the main menu. So if we do swap to main menu, we're gonna go ahead and hide default menu. So function hide after menu and menu underscore press. Hide after menu press. And then we'll have this as a void. And then we'll say that if the menu, if menu equal utility.main menu. So we'll grab you here, you'll go there. We'll set you to pass. And then we'll grab our menu here. Make sure that you are a utility.menu. So utility.menu. There we go. If you are that there, but if you're not, so we'll set that to if that, and then we'll go ahead and return. So RETURN. Otherwise, we're gonna go ahead and disable. So disable, there you go. That should make sense. And now we go back and forth to this guy here again. Let's see if this works. We are in the game, we're in calibration, we start the test, we go and do the spam, and this button pops up. If we click on main menu, back into here again. Interesting. This guy should hide, but it does not. For why do you do that? Let me click on here. If menu not equal to utility.main menu, hold on, let me click on play. Let's go through the breakpoint. Let's see what happens. If I click on you here, we get calibration. We click on you here, spam through it to skip it, and then go back to main menu. We never go into that function. Interesting. We do go to utility.swap menu. Oh, hold on. Just gonna do that. Okay, now that we have the signals connected properly, shall we give a go at it? Oh boy. If I click on calibration here, then we click on start there, we click on space here to spam through it, we click on main menu. Okay, now are we going into it? That's the very important part. swap to menu, connect, yes, let's click on that there. There we go. And then we click on, oh boy, I told you saw nothing. Oh boy, let's see. Click on you here, click back to you here, go back into hide after main menu press. If menu not equal to main menu, that there, we enter in, return, there we go, menu to connect, that there, we keep going over, click on start test, get on all of you guys there, back to main menu. If menu not equal to you and you and there, we go ahead and do that there, disable, should hide the default menu, so on disable, we hide, and then we should hide the default menu. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think we have to hide the spellcasting screen too. So let's see, hide, and then also hide the spellcasting screen. So spellcasting screen, not hide. Let's see if that works. So click on you here, access his unique name, grab you into here, and hi, is it, I don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe Snd, possibly. Welcome in the stream, welcome in, hello. Let's see, if I click on you here, we click on you here, spellcasting screen, we can, oh, hold on. Is it Control Shift, I believe? Hold on. Select Control Shift, and there we go. We'll grab our spellcasting screen here, and then we'll go ahead and make sure that you are also hidden, so dot hide. There you go. And now, if we do this correctly, I'm also wondering, do we have to do this, or is that just a thing I didn't think about before? So if we just mute you for now, and however you want, just some letters, I see, well, welcome in indeedy. I shall choose Sun. How about that? And to be fair, as an art heavy dev, I low-key didn't want your, don't know what you're coding, I just see pretty colored words, yeah. That's gotta be my favorite part. I like art and everything, and I like programming, and my biggest thing about Godot, the reason why I really enjoyed is because, ooh, shiny colors, shiny words. Granted, sometimes it gets a little out of place. For example here, you know, just a little out of place, but aren't the colors pretty? Oh boy, I like how they do the UI for Godot. That's why I choose, especially here. Look at all of this. This is nice to look at. You have maybe a hard time reading it, but I think it looks nice. And I have to do chores. It'll take like 10 minutes. Well, I hope you have fun doing your chores, or I hope it's not too strenuous. Let me go ahead and close this, that guy right there. I want to see, now that we have the calibration panel hidden, or spellcasting screen hidden, does it crash? Or not does it crash? Does it reveal itself after the game ends? So after we get to the main menu, does it hide itself automatically now? It does. In that case, we don't even need you anymore. Goodbye. Farewell. You go there. There you are. That and that and that. There we are. And Godot does have one of the cleanest UIs of all the engines. I see. Do you know of one Nema that could rival Godot? As Godot's the only engine I've ever touched, but I touched it because I liked the way it looked. And words with lots of colors is my favorite thing about coding too. Yeah. It makes me feel like I'm doing something. It makes me feel effective and proficient. Let's see. If I save you there and I save you there, calibration. Good news is I think we go back to there, back and forth. Good, that's good to go. If we go into you here, we go ahead and spam. That should be good to go. Go back to main menu, good to go. Okay, and oof. Okay, when we go into the main menu or on enable, we need to main menu.show. We need to disable possibly first. Hold on. We need to enable, then we need to disable, and thank you for the follow, son. Thank you indeedy. Let's disable that there in thinking, and then if we set that to enable, I think possibly calibration ended. Let's see. So from here now, if we click on our calibration, start test, spam it like so, go back to main menu, good, calibration, good, main menu, good, calibration, good, start test, not good. Interesting. Oh, you know what I think? On start test, we need to do something specific. I think that's the issue. On spellcasting started, high default menu, yeah, but I think maybe if we just do, what's it called? High default menu, yeah. What if we just disable that? Disables the spellcasting screen, doesn't it too? Yeah, spellcasting screen hide. What things are we seeing that shouldn't be here? And honestly, not really. The only other engine I tried out is Unity. I was about to say utility. Unity. And I've seen Unreal because my brother codes in that, but I don't think they're as clean as Godot. I see. Godot right superior. And lucky, I code my C# files using Notepad. One thing I can say, I think it's called Sublime, if I'm not mistaken. It's a Notepad editor. Hold on, let me just see. Sublime, S-U-B-L-I-M-E. I think it's Sublime. Sublime, yeah. Sublime text editor. I also like the way that one looked. It's not an engine, but I do like the way it reads. That one was another one of my favorites when I was starting out with programming. That said, let's see. When we calibrate, we go into start test, we spam all of these guys here. It works fine. Main menu hides it. We want it to not show, we want it to be reset. So on calibration entered, we want to, okay. And then when I click on start test, we expect to everything should be hidden. Yeah, so this calibration guy is currently the issue. This calibration needs to be hidden when we exit out of calibration. And Eris is a good teacher on your slate. However, I'm no teacher. I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm just trying. I assure you, teachers have to, you know, they have a profession and everything. This is me attempting to do things after dropping out of college and realizing, yeah, that didn't work for me. Let me just try something else. And Necrotype Cafe is a sublime experience. Get it? No? Okay. It was a terrible joke. But I do get it. And I'm watching your live while doing chores? Ah, well, I hope I can keep you company while you're doing your chores. What we need to do here is, on calibration has ended, when we click on the calibration panel here, so this guy here, this guy needs to hide when we exit out of calibration. Or rather, I think, let's see, on calibration slider changed, on start button pressed, what we need to do is on like menu button press, something like that there, I think is our best bet. Which then leads me to believe that maybe we do have a button for main menu button pressed. That would fix a lot of things. That would certainly fix a lot of things. And I almost forgot the like. Well, thank you for the like. Let's see. I'm thinking utility dot main menu button pressed. Main menu that's that. MENU underscore BUTTON underscore PRESSED. And then we'll do dot and then we'll do emit. And we'll add on to the many signals that we already have for who can really say when you have too many signals. Surely there is not a maximum amount of signals you can offer. And the live, yes indeed, thank you. With that said, we'll go here into signal here, signal, swap to menu, SIGNAL, signal, and then we'll say that the main menu has been swapped, and we'll go ahead and do that there. And with that said, now we'll go back into our calibration panel, and when the main menu button is pressed for the calibration panel, I believe this should work. On our ready, we can go ahead and do utility dot, and then we'll just go ahead and say main menu button press, and then we'll do dot connect, and then upon doing our dot connect, we'll also make sure it says hide. That way, I think that'll fix everything. We have on hide. I click on play here, and guess what? Hi, Hypnotic. Welcome to stream as well. Welcome in. And I think more than you can count is too many, so whatever comes after 3, I can count to 1. I can count to 2. I can only count to 4. I see. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. A good day, one might say. I hope you've been well. And let's see here. With that said, and guess what? Did you finish cleaning? Let's see. Now, start test. Spam it. Go back and good day. Let's see. Back into main menu here. What comes after 4? I don't know. I can only count to 4. And I just reached 53 subscribers. Congratulations. Now if we go back into calibration here. Okay. I think we fixed it. I think we did. Now the question, oh no, we didn't fix it. You notice anything missing? It's the fact that the screen, the white circle that we should see, it's hidden. It shouldn't be hidden. Nope, not a thing. And what comes after 4? Ah! Oh boy. And I can go live after I verify my account and go live? Well, I do wish you luck on going live. Let's see. Click on you here. Now let's see here. I know Munglu, I think did it last time, but thank you again for the shout out. Thank you again. Let's see here. Now for this guy, on our menu update, what we also need to do, so our calibration panel, that's good to go. When we do our spellcasting minigame as well, what we need to say is, or rather our spellcasting screen. On spellcasting screen, when we exit out of this guy, so let's see. On exit, or on start rather, when we start it, so click on spellcasting screen here, yeah, and then start game over screen, show calibration end screen. We're looking for the on start. And I wonder what I should love stream too much laughing. Oh boy, let's see. And as I said before, there's no such thing as too much laughing around here. Not possible, and impossible or not scientifically possible. I think that was close to how he says it. Let's see. If I go ahead and do set progress bar, set calibration, we're looking for the ready start process on continue button, set no fail. We're looking for ready, I believe, and then we have show spellcasting screen. On our show guy here, show spellcasting screen, hide spellcasting screen, we're looking for calibration entered, casting entered. Yeah, on casting entered is where we need to make sure that we do our calibrations. Let's see. Spellcasting minigame set to true. spellcasting name dot show. I think that'll fix that there. That'll fix that there. And did you just make an Invader Sim reference? The audacity to have good taste. I'm glad someone got it. I used to really enjoy that show. It was a good one. Let's see. From there, calibration, and then you here. And then again, if we spam, we should be able to go back into the main menu, go back in calibration, good to go, start test, and then it's back, okay? So that's working as intended. Let's also see if I just go ahead and mute the music here. We're waiting for it to reset because I'm missing so many. Let's see if it does. And I think one more, and then it'll go like tick, tick. Here it is. Okay, that's working. Lastly, we need to see what happens when you click the start button. Start test. Or restart test. That will need to be updated. We can definitely do that. But are you ready to see if it breaks and crashes and burns and #1 in stream? I do recall, and congratulations as well. Let's see here. Start test. Moment of truth. We get okay. I think it's working. I don't think it's breaking. I think it worked out properly. Lovely. Okay, good news. In that case, if it is not breaking, which I don't think it is, and then it is, and then something happens, but it's working. So let's just double check to see why the test wasn't working earlier when I was trying to show the game off. We need to do I gotcha. Okay, when spellcasting enters, I don't know. I think I know what I need to do. Back into our spellcasting screen here. When we start the spellcasting process, so on casting entered, we need to see which one it is. So let's see. On spellcasting entered, we create the speech text. I'm wondering, on a reset, we hide our progress bar, we hide our calibration bar. Where do we hide our calibration bar at? And if I do Control F here, we have hide here, so calibration, show game over screen. We hide it and we show it. So on enable, and if utility.complete calibration, I see. We show the progress bar or we show that guy. So let's see here. Let's do if not possibly, and then if we click back into play here, I think that'll fix it. So if we click on play here, go back into here, we can go ahead and mute the game now again, back into the cafe, we go into you here. Is this the one we're looking for? Yes, it is. Okay, and then if we go ahead and, hold on. If I just go ahead and leave, so back to the main menu here, back to levels here, we go into the tutorial. We wanna make sure that the tutorial is also tutorialing properly. Are you tutorialing properly? Let's see, spam. Oh, I think it is. Oh, that's lovely to see. Okay, I think we fixed the bug then. And I think, as far as I can tell, knock on so much wood there. We're moving in a good direction. So I'm going to make a backup and then let's keep going. I'm going to make sure this is a workable testing, workable, W-R-A-K-B-L-E, W-R-K-A-B-L-E, lovely. Click on commit, click on sync, and then we should be good to go. Let that set and nice and good to go. Okay, so now that that's good to go, now that that seems to be set, bug squashed, yeah. Now we need to make it so that this screen here changes when you go to the end of it. So if we go back into here, go back into our calibration panel here, when we update it, so on calibration, we have all of these guys here good to go. When we update it, that's what we need to do. So anytime it gets shown or anytime it gets enabled or disabled, that's what we need to now have happen. So what I'm wondering is, do we want to make it a function of its own, or do we want to make it a show visibility, disable visibility? There's a few things we could do. What we need to say is that upon the spellcasting, or you know what, that's fine. What we'll say is for already, utility dot casting finished, we can do that there. And then after that, what we can say is, upon utility.castingfinished.connect, we can have it update. That's one thing we can do, update. So update update. It gets updated, and actually, hold on. Casting gets updated. We can also set the new guy here. Now, I'm not sure if we can do parameters here. I think we can, so we'll see. And what I want to do is I want to set the new, I want to set the new current status. So new current status. So we do update here. We then set it to be the case of, view there. Current status is going to equal start. So status dot, or rather new status. We'll set this to new status. So new status, new underscore status. new status is going to equal, and it's going to be the case of, new status, what do you want to be? New status, we're going to set you to be status dot, and then we'll just set it to be none. I think it is the case of none here. Does that work? Status dot none, yes, status dot none. It's a little angry at the moment, which is also fine here. We'll also make this guy here status dot start. We can go ahead and move that there as well. And when we update it here, we're also going to make sure that this is status dot finished or status dot end. Whichever one I said, I think it was end. Yes, status dot end. So that'll get updated. And then we can go ahead and do our current status. So current status will go here. Current status will equal whatever our new status is. And then we'll update those guys there. And now let's see. Could not find nested none. What if we just do, I think we might have to make it its own guy, possibly, maybe? Does it not like the parameter idea? If I remove you there, and hi, back again. I just recovered my account. Yay, well, congratulations. I'm glad to hear your account recovery went well, and I hope you were able to get at least a little bit of sleep, a little bit of napping done. I'm wondering, why is it angry? Could not find nested type none under calibration.panel. Sure you can't. I don't believe you. Status dot none. New status dot none. What if I just do you for now, at least? And now we have new status dot none. Hold on. Status dot, hold on. Okay, you there, new status. We're going to set the new status to status dot, and then you should be able to be set to none. But it's not taking that, which is what I'm confused about. I think in this case, it is a have you tried turning it on and off again. So we'll give that a go, as I'm getting some tea here. Such a shame tea doesn't last forever. And yeah, I slept 5 minutes. I see. Was it enough, or do you think you need to go for round 2? And it seems to be the case that this guy did not remove our status, which is unfortunate. Okay, so why is it the case that the status isn't working here? It's the same exact thing. Am I saying it incorrectly? I must be. I'm doing something wrong. New stat. Oh. I see. I need to do there you go. Is that what you want to do? New status is going to be a status, and we need to set the default status equal to none. It's something like this. I just can't remember it. A new status that there. Yep, it's gonna be something like this. That's for sure, right? New status is status. Yep, that did I not spell it? Status. S-T-A-T-U-S status. Does that spell it right? Yeah. And then we set the status equal to status dot none. There you go. There you are. Happy and good to go. Lovely. Okay. From there, we can do Control K here. We set that connect to be casting finished, and upon casting finished, we're going to set it to be complete. So it should be status dot complete, or end, status dot end, like that there. But it could not get the call of that guy there, and that's what I'm wondering about. Is it a thing of we'd have to make it own, and status is a unique word. It feels weird after saying it so many times. So I'm just thinking we're going to have to do function get end results, like that. And then I think we're going to have to set this to a void. And then we're going to have to just kind of yoink that guy and put you there instead. And then we can just put that there. Are you happy with that? It's happy with that. Okay. And then lastly, what we're going to have to do is upon getting shown. So upon show, this is where we need to update the look of it so that it is updated anytime it's shown. And that's what I'm not sure about doing. So upon casting finished, I think that's a good idea. Upon casting entered, I think that's fine as well. If we go into this guy here, for example, we should be able to see the updates already. So if I click on you here, we go ahead and mute this guy here since we don't need the music to be able to understand what's going on here. Click on you here, click on you here. Lovely, lovely. And if I click on calibration here, we click on start test. Now we should see your results at the very end. Current calibration, I see. We have angry guys down here. What you angry at? Error calling from signal. Collect calibration results. Method expected 0 arguments, but got 1. I see. Casting finished. Hold on. Upon casting finished, where are we angry at specifically? Is it something to do in here on casting finished? I see. Hold on. We need to do a bool here for collected calibration results, and it is going to be a bool. There you go. And now let's see if we close that guy, click on that guy again. Does it fix that? I click on play here, we go back to calibration, and then I click on start. We click on spam the button away. Yes, calibration has ended. You can now see it has the results as well. This slider needs to be set, that needs to be changed, and that is super duper easy to do. Oh, we also need to, what is it called? Clamp it. So let's go back down here and super duper quickly do that. Utility.getMS a string. Yeah, okay. So we need to change this MS into, or no, it's fine. We just need to do it and the, what's it called? Get MS a string. Something's off, something super duper off. on calibration slider change, that will make sense. For some reason, when we do our set guy, oh, I know why, we have to clamp it. So let's go into our, we need to go into our rhythm manager. So spellcasting game, this guy here, this little circle here, we go back into you here. Upon setting the calibration is where we would have to do the clamp. So, let's see. I scroll down to here, scroll up to here, reset true, none of those guys there. We're looking for on our calibration calculated. Here we are. Upon it being calculated, we need to snap it, and then we'd have to clamp it, is the thing. And that's where I'm not too sure about. I think it can still work. Our input offset can still function properly, I think. But something's certainly off. That 5,000 number, I think it was, is a little bit funny looking. So our input offset here is going to then be not snapped, because I think utility, yeah, okay. So input offset's first set to that, and then it needs to be, well, it doesn't have to be clamped. No, it can be clamped. So we do utility dot, and then we can do clamp here, or no, that won't work. Okay, never mind, I take it back. The thing I'm running into is that our very end guy here, when we do all of our tests and all of those things here, if you get a number that's out of range, I want it to automatically clamp it. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the clamp. So this guy here should not be that, or at the very least, it should clamp to the very end number. And still figuring out how to promote my game project since I'm bad at speaking, I unfortunately wouldn't be able to give you too much of an idea since I have not reached the promotion of my own game. My hope is first to make at least the demo of the game, then get into promotion. So unfortunately, I wouldn't have any recommendations for that one. Let's see. Here, I want to clamp it as the thing. And this 400 milliseconds is translated. So I guess what we have to do is translate it in the other direction. So instead, what we have to say is a snapped here. We then have to do utility offset then equals utility offset. Then we can do clamp on here. So clamp F, I think clamp F. We then grab our, let's see, what numbers do we have to do? Clamp F. Clamp, how do you work? Will you let me see it? No? Okay. Search help. I'm looking for clamp. Clamp F. Yep, clamp F. How do you work? Clamp F takes the value, the minimum, and the maximum. Okay, so back into here, we need the value, which is going to be our input offset, and then we're going to take our utility dot, and then we're going to do the minimum, so minimum input latency, maximum input latency. We'll also have to make sure that they're multiplied. So minimum input latency, and then our maximum input latency. So maximum input latency here. And then what we have to do is divide it by 1000. So divided by, and then we do utility dot ms. There we go. We're dividing it by that utility ms. So this should be good to go, I believe, like that there. Now, why are you angry? Input offset. Ah, I see. Utility dot input offset is what it needs to be. And documenting it live like this, also one of my indirect promotions. That makes sense. Let's see. Like there we go, and there we go. Okay. Now, why are you angry? Clamp. That needs to be like that. There we go. And there we go. Okay. And with that said, let's go ahead and play that guy there. All right. So with all of that said and done, now does that work? Does this give us, because our smallest number is -30, our largest number is +30. So if we go ahead and reset that back to that guy there, it should give us, I believe, +30 is the hope. It gives us -30. Okay. So it is clamping properly now. Last thing we have to do is we just need to make sure that this meter here changes when we finish the calibration results. So let's go ahead and do that. So on calibration finished, we need to change it. So let's go back into our spellcasting screen here, calibration panel here, back to you here. Calibration panel, what we need to do is on casting finished, get end results. We need to update status end here, and then we also need to do calibration number. Interesting. Oh, I know what we have to do. Okay, on update here, remove you here, remove that there. What we have to do is we grab our calibration slider and set the value. So calibration slider.value, calibration slider.value, calibration slider.value, go there. We set your value equal to utility dot, and then we go ahead and do ms, or utility.ms times utility input a latency, utility dot input, that's not how you spell utility, utility dot input latency. There we go, input offset. Okay, that'll change that there. And now we should get the result we're looking for as far as the bar goes. Calibration here, we can see this going down, we can see it going up. That's good to go. And then if we set this guy to here, or 1 or 0, whatever it needs to be, we can then see about doing start test. And upon doing start test, now when we spam it, we'll get the maximum, or rather the minimum, which is -30. And then when it resets and we were to do it properly, so in this case, maybe we do this guy, and then maybe we want to do a little bit of this guy. Maybe then we want to do a little bit of like this guy here, then maybe we want to slide it over to here. Hi, Daniel Pancake. Hi. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello. Welcome back. I hope you've had a lovely one. Let's see, space here, and then we can go ahead and do space here, and then we can go ahead and do space here. Okay, still -30. Interesting one. Okay. I'm curious to see if we were to do it accurately. I'm going to wait space. So if I were to do this legitimately, wait space, wait space, wait space, and then wait, and then 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 space. We get 14. Ooh, fancy. I think that works out well. You can also see that the button has also been reset to retry. And I'm curious to see if we go to our main menu and then we go back into calibration. Are you making a rhythm game? I am indeed. I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game. If you'd like to check it out, what I can do here is if I do exclamation NECROTYPE, there is currently an itch version of it up on itch. A prototype. We're currently working on updating the prototype so that there is an updated tutorial. Right now we're figuring out the calibration and trying to fix it so that your rhythm typing is rhythm typing accurate. And well, the good news is, well, calibration is ended. So what we need to do is once the calibration is ended, we then need to see, or we then need to say, or we then need to go back. Once you click on the main menu, we need to reset this guy. So let's go back to here, main menu button. When it's pressed, what we need to do now is set this guy to be function. Gonna go ahead and do here, reset, and then we're gonna go do you here, and then we're gonna go do you here, set you to be this guy here, set you to void, and then we're going to go ahead and do hide, and then we'll also do here an update. Set the update to status dot start. That should fix that there. Then we grab the reset here, put you there, and that should fix that. And is the calibration for audio or for visuals? Oh boy, yeah, see about that. It says input, so I don't remember. The thing was, it's been like, I think I spent a good few months trying to figure out calibration. The input latency, so the input offset, this value is currently being used, I believe, for visual. In the sense of this will determine when the note is spawned. So when you see the note align with whatever's on screen. But the thing is, it's also audio in the sense of when you hear the sound. So this number here is a one size fits all. I have an input latency. I also, I believe, have a visual latency if I scroll back up here. I believe I have a visual offset that I do use. Yeah, I have a visual offset I use in some other areas. I also have here an audio offset. So those work in different ways. Oh, hold on. Audio offset is no longer a thing. Yeah, if I had to guess, then I'm gonna guess it's the audio offset then, since this visual offset is being used, but the audio isn't. So this, I'm guessing the input is the new audio offset. If I had to take a guess, I've tried my best to get better understanding the calibration and that side of things, but anytime you bring up measurements like millimeters or inches or foots or degrees, my mind just blue screens. So when I look at milliseconds, for example, I get it, but it just hasn't registered. And I've tried a few times to try to understand it a little bit more, but anytime I've tried it, it just never works out. If we click on start test now, we go ahead and just spam this as much as we want. We now have calibration has ended. We can go back to the main menu. When we go into this guy here, we can see latency is right now set to -30. We can up it a bit here. And on start test as well, I want to reset the calibration. So let's also do that here too. On start, so back on our calibration panel here, when we do on start, so when the button of start gets pressed, what we can do is do results panel. Don't need any of you guys to do your thing there. So we'll go ahead and hide you there. And what we'll go ahead and do as well is do utility dot input latency if put offset, and we're going to make you equal to 0.0. There we go. So that it also is redone. And with that said, and see you later in a view on extreme. Good luck. Thank you, right? Thank you, Aditi, and best of luck to you as well. Let's see. Click on play here. And with all of that said, I think we're good to go. I think we're okay now because we can go back here. We can go up and down, but whatever we do, we know we can reset it. I'm going to go into Oh, you know what? Should we go ahead and also add a reset key? I think that would be fine. Add like a reset button you can press somewhere. I don't know where. Where should we add a reset button? We could, I guess, add it up here, or I want to add it to the module because it's a thing of if you don't like what it is, you can just click reset or reset. You know what? I think the reset button would go below it, wouldn't it? So let's add it. We'll go ahead, we'll add a little spacer button here. We'll then call it our, not calibration button, our reset button. So HBox reset. Reset button, this is going to be our spacer left button, spacer right button. So spacer left reset, reset. We're gonna call the spacer right reset, R-E-S-E-T. This is going to be our button reset calibration. So reset, R-E-S-E-T, button reset calibration. We're then going to make this button reset. And then I want to make it a little bit smaller. So we're going to make your theme override here, bring your font down a little bit so your size can go down a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot, just enough. I also want to lower down your place of taking up space. So let's go to our, I think it's tooltips? No, layout. Layout, I believe, and then container sizing. Let's lower the container sizing so it's a little bit smaller, something it doesn't bring too much attention. And then we're also going to add a spacer below the button. So we're gonna do spacer below button. So middle button, spacer middle button here. And I was just wondering because in some rhythm games when I play with headphones, even though I don't have input latency with the keyboard, the audio latency is pretty criminal, like 300 ms. Yeah, no worries at all in the text either. That's the thing. I didn't think I'd have to get into latency, and it's just one of those things where, for example, this is a game called, if I make this guy a little bit bigger, about here, this is a game called, how do you say it again? It's Crypt of the Necrodancer. It has an audio latency and a video latency. Then we have a game here like Melatonin, which only has an offset of ms. And this guy here, it only has one thing you can change. And then for a game like Bits and Bops, it has one thing, which is the audio offset. So it seems to depend on the game. There's also this guy here, which is from Rhythm Doctor. Rhythm Doctor has 2 latencies as well, if I'm not mistaken. So to think of, it depends, it seems. So what I'm hoping is that this visual offset and this audio offset, it's already been taken care of. Should I need to go back and do it again, I will, but I'm hoping that for what I have at the moment, I won't have to touch this again. That's the thing. And then it becomes the case of, I do, over and over again. So it's a thing of, you made your bed, now lie in it. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. We'll make this guy our spacer. And now the hope is that reset button, does it work as a reset button, do you think? Should it be a little bit smaller, possibly? I can make this guy also up a little bit more in spacing, and then I can also make this guy a little bit more in spacing. So we can also just space this out a little bit more. So like that guy there, so it's its own spot. I kind of want to make the reset button smaller, because it doesn't really need to be big. It just needs to be there, so that if you do need to reset it, you can. So I might make this smaller. So let's see. I slide this 53 already? My goodness. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and do the ad breaks. We'll work a little bit more on this. Then I suppose we'll have to call it a day. Right. It doesn't really feel at all like 4 hours has passed, and I'm glad of the fact. My hope is that I'll be able to work on this more often because I put it aside for the moment to work on some birthday bash celebration things. And now that the birthday will be slowly over soon in a few days, we can then move back on to working on the game, which I'm excited to see. So, while that's doing that thing, I am going to have a little bit of tea here. Tasty, tasty. And with all that said and done, let me also get a little bit of water here. So I'll have 1 cup of tea completed and 1 bottle of water, and tea has been consumed. Indeed, indeed. Tea has been consumed indeed, as well as water. And with that said, let's do one more stretch for the ride of things, shall we? We can go back a little bit, and then we can go to the side a little bit. Well, that one's quite nice. This one over here, so to the right, and then you can bring it over to the left a little bit, and then you can go back a little bit. No, that's not happening. If that's happening to you, stop immediately. Call a doctor, call a lawyer, call someone who's not me, for it's not my fault. You should know this. You do with your own division. Something, your fault, all your fault. Let's go back here a little bit slowly. Don't want to break anything. Want to do a little bounce, but don't want to go too crazy on it. And then we can go to the left here a little bit. And then we can also go here to the right a little bit. Slowly but surely, not too much. Again, something breaks and calls errors. I have a complaint. Let me speak to your manager. Oh boy, we should be honest about that. So let's see, we can dig backwards a little bit more, just making sure nothing's broken. And I think we're good to go. With that said and done, I wonder, once calibration is done, because I think we're getting near to calibration being complete, I'm going to have to figure out a bug that's currently in the game where the menus aren't, or the food and the names of everything isn't popping up, and instructions unclear. I can now full 360, or I can now see full 360. The question is, does it hurt? Are you in pain? Are you seeing stars? If none of the above, then technically speaking, isn't that an upgrade? And while I'm not saying you should be thanking me or anything, because again, I'm not involved at any point in time, you just be happy. Oh boy, it's all red. Oh no. Yeah, this is not healthy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on a limb here and say, probably should get that seen. Of all things red, though, I've heard usually it's stars or seeing black or something of the sorts. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back from certainly no bones breaking here. Nope, not at all. Well, shall we go ahead and wrap things up where we were? I want to make the reset button a little bit smaller, so we shall. I'm thinking what we can do is make it, let's see, accessibility, theme, hold on, grab you. What are you? Where are you? Middle button here, H button, here we are. Okay, theme override, constant separation, theme variation. I'm looking for your font. How do we grab your font? You are our reset button. Nope, you're not our reset button. You're our middle button here. Hold on. Now we have the reset button. Okay, and then we can go ahead and make this guy a little bit smaller, I think, like with that there. I think that's okay. It feels as though it's not too big on the screen, which, so I like a lot. And after that, I also want to make a spacer here, and we'll use the spacer. So copy you here, copy you. We'll also make your layout a little bit bigger. So make your stretch ratio just a little bit bigger. We'll also then copy you, paste you here. And then we'll go ahead and make this spacer above, because it is the above spacer. So I'll go ahead and copy you here, like that. And then we can go ahead and put it at the very top here. And now we can space it out so that it doesn't look like it's squished in other areas. So we can kind of maybe squish this out here, and then maybe we can grab the space below. And now we can also squish that back up here and modify things a little bit so they're not as crazy and not as wild. We can grab then our current calibration here possibly, and grab a spacer on here as well. So let's see, theme overrides, nope. I'm looking for your space layout. Yes, indeed, container sizing. Here we are. We can subtract that guy a little bit here. Never mind, it doesn't want us to. I see. In that case, let's make our panel a little bit taller, like that there. I think that'll work out fine. And then for our resource guy here, so our spacer left here, we then have a spacer middle. Let's go ahead and increase the stretch on that guy there. And there we go. I think that looks a lot better. And with that said, now we can grab our reset button here. Let's go to our signals. Let's go ahead and disconnect it and then reconnect it since it's its own signal. So I can go ahead and do that there. And then after that, what I'm going to say is that we need to do an update, and it's going to be the current update. So update will equal whatever current update it is. I think I like that idea. So update status will be whatever the current status is. So we'll go ahead and just have this guy update. So grab you here. So on button reset calibration pressed will update, but before we update, we're also going to reset our input calibration. So we're going to set the input calibration to 0. And with that said, it should automatically update now whenever we press the button. Shall we see if that does work? Hold on. String on a type of null instance. Gotta do that. There we go. Okay, click on the play now, and are we good to go? Let's see. Oh boy. Oh, I know why. I know why you're angry. Hold on. Your button reset calibration. You are our reset button. Yeah, your button reset, your button start. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, click on that guy there. Now, give it a go. We click on calibration here. There we are. And now, if I were to click on you there, reset, it brings you back. So now we have a little reset button should the player want to use it. The thing is, and the thing I'm hoping for, is that we'll have a calibration button here, and that way it'll bring us to the screen. So that's another reason why I'm trying to pay attention to it, because this will just be an overall improvement of seeing if we can have the reset button do what it needs to do and be what it needs to be. So now we have reset, we have start, we can't exit once we're in here, unfortunately, but fortunately, as I think it would break a few things if we did allow it. So the player can go and spam as much as they want. They'll get their calibration, the result, and they can either reset, they can retry, they can do anything they'd like. On retry, we go ahead and restart it all over again. Oh, hold on. On retry, I believe we should reset it. Let me just double check here. On button, yep, we do reset it. It just says retry. So on retry, we do it all over again. It does the thing here, so that's good news, and we can spam it again. And then I can go, for example, here, just click on reset. We can go back to the main menu here and back in our levels, go back to here. We should be able to go back into here, hold down Q. If I were to do the typing here, we should get good results here. WI, all of those guys here. It's filling up. If I go ahead and complete it, aha. Yeah, I see. Once the spell has been completed, we need this guy to not have that there. It needs to be the other guy instead. So we need to modify that. Let's go ahead and do that. That way we can make sure hopefully our calibration portion of the tutorial is done. And that way we can move on to getting the player to actually spell cast next time around. So let's see. What I want to do as well is I want to test to see. This is a button that cheats the object into being, oh, hold on. Oh no, that was a soft lock. That wasn't it before. Okay, what I want to do is I want to go into here. I want to hold on Q. Let's play through the game. I want to see if it pops up too. If we don't do anything, T and then H space T, H, and then we have R, and then we have E, A, D, S space, O, F space, T. That's not T. That was definitely not T. Okay, then we have I, L, I, G, H, and then we have T space A N D, and then we have space G O A T S K I N V I O L E N T space, and then we have let's see S O C K S comma. Yeah, calibration does end, but it doesn't do the thing. So let's go ahead and fix that if we can. So back to our spellcasting screen here. Right now it seems to be the case of let's see. If we go to you here, upon being enabled, our calibration screen, all of those guys here, if not utility.complete calibration, then we do that there, yeah, but on the show ending, and with the reds of Twilight and Goatskin, Violet Socks, poetry is such a way with words that go beyond my comprehension. The thing is, a lot of the poems they made a lot more sense, but then I realized they were too long, so I just started cutting a lot of words, and that's what we ended up with. Oh boy, let's see, on continue button press, nope, show game over screen. This guy here, if collected results, show calibration end screen, and return. Otherwise, we show the game over screen. Yeah, show game over screen. That guy there, and then for our game over here, hold on, if we go back to this guy here, casting finished, find where you're at, casting finished.emit is what we're looking for, so this guy right here, and what we should see is collected calibration results. Collected calibration results should be set to false if it's gotten here, and it's automatically set to false, correct or no? Yes, it's automatically set to false, and then when we end the calibration, so I'm wondering why. Is it the case that we have not set it? I'm reset here as well, that the calibration results do their thing and go back to false here too. So why is that the case that we aren't getting our guy here? Let me go to this guy here. We'll see what it says. We'll step through everything and we'll go from there. So we can just go to here, meet this guy here, go back into here, go into this. Oh, that doesn't look right. So let's ignore that section of the game for now and just go into here to the part that we know should work at least somewhat correctly. Oh boy, this collected calibration results is set to true. Interesting. Why is it set to true, I wonder? Let me go and close this guy here, and then let's go into collected calibration results. Where are we setting your true? But I don't what? Ignore it. Ignore what? Oh boy, let's go up here. We set it to true here when we do our start spellcasting minigame. I see. Got ya. You should not be set to true. No, not at all. And we'll go down here and collect the calibration results. Nope. We only want to do this upon calibration start. So on enter calibration, upon start calibration, this is where we would do this guy here, collect a calibration. That's the only place we would want to set it to true. We'll click on play here. And now I believe that should fix it. Fingers crossed. We go back into here, go back into here, go back into here, hold down Q. If we finish the game now, if we go and do our spells and spaces, all of those guys here, we go into that. Yep, finalize. And after finalize, it should hide it. It does. Okay, so that means that I have to figure out why this is broken. That'll be fun. Oh boy, but with that said though, we got a lot of progress done. We have an entire new calibration screen now, which is, I'm super happy. So what I'll be doing, if I don't manage to do it, or yeah, let me tell you what's next up on the chopping board. If I don't finish it this week, then what we will be doing next week, as I try my best to do dev work at least minimum once a week. So it'll be same time, same place. if I click on my menu here, there's supposed to be a mini game that pops up so that you can try out the spells and try out your own generated songs. So there is a way, if you're a mapper, if you're a modder for games or rhythm games, there is a way to put up your own maps and your own audio in the game as well. As that, I wanted to make sure that was a possible thing because I thought it would be cool to have people send in maps and things of that nature. We even held a whole, not game jam, but it was like a music jam. So people have entered before, and some of the songs that did win the jam will be appearing in here as well. But aside from that, that's there. It's broken, or at least the start's broken for some reason. So I'll figure out that. And then another thing I need to do is I need to figure out why this is not correct. It should say all of the sprites, and I'm also wondering why it's not allowing me to interact with things. Interesting. So it seems like I'm gonna be bug fixing most of this week today. Or most of this week. Yeah, I'll be bug fixing most of this week, which is a little unfortunate since, again, I don't like bug fixing. But you know what? I can at least like this and think, ooh, and shiny. So I'll take it. I'll take it 100%. With that said, let me go ahead and make this guy go here. We'll then go ahead and bring you into the planning screen right here and show you, and hi, Sonic Edits, welcome back in the stream, welcome back in. If I go ahead and do on here, exclamation, oh, that's the wrong screen. You saw nothing. Oh boy, if I go ahead and do on here, exclamation, Discord. If you'd like to get caught up to date most recently on things, Necrotype Cafe, I have a little devlog in there. So whenever we did it. Whenever I do my game or I'm doing it in the voice channels or doing any study things, if you want to get more up to date, just more recent things, consider joining Discord. And oh man, I'm really blind today. That's crazy. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and do exclamation SCHEDULA. There we are. I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. AST. We did the birthday stream. I can't say as well. My birthday's on the 5th. That should be a lot of fun too. I'm hoping to do something special for that as well. With that said, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I like trying my best to see if we can find someone to raid who's doing whatever we're doing. So for example, when we do pixel art and we would do our weekly pixel art studies, we try to find a pixel artist. Since we are doing Godot, we're going to try specifically to find a Godot game dev. That's very important, for there's not enough out there. We need all the Godot game devs. With that said, if you're on YouTube, that's going to be it for me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and do the end screen, and then I'm going to come back on Twitch's side of things. So I would say 100% stick around for the raid. With that said, I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye!